don't have to shovel. Just a rake. Right. No water in the basement. Every year, every house we ever water.
You want to sit with us? Sure.
Well,
So we've got this one side for Judy
Jeff
and
George.
Rita. So you can sit next to Brooke.
Jeff
So we can all
George.
talk.
Mason,
Put in.
he did a French
Yeah,
training
we
on the
done
side.
it.
Did you have a sit before?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
I know you from years ago.
I mean, all these faces are like,
Yeah, I know.
I wasn't good for the whole thing.
I was trying to think when you started, as soon as you started talking, I know that voice.
Well,
Yeah. Of course.
I've been going to so there's a man who works there park. But they have pictures of her. I wouldn't say what the mask. I would have never known this man. He got a gas and he put them on the
I'd love to think that. Yeah, I hated that.
Good job. So what do you think the time limit's going to be? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes? Not yet. I want to speak later. I want to speak early. I know. Sign your name. I don't want to speak. What if they call you and they want to sign?
I asked Tom to sign in on something. Don't sign in. But you might have to sign in there.
I will sign. I spoke to the sign-in team. She said, yes, you can sign in later, and I review your speech. I know from many board meetings that they typically take you in the order.
Well, maybe you can say.
Now, I'm not saying Swarthmore Borough, school board meeting, certainly.
So I got to meet the new superintendent of the school.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
So I'm president of the new classes board.
Right. Believe me, everybody loves me in the eye.
That wouldn't be fun.
How are you? Want to sit with us?
We're,
Let's say this too.
we can move them down.
That's good. Nice to see you. If you want to speak,
Hello. Deep
No, other chair. They're saving the two on the other. And you can put text.
We are waiting for one more council member, and also people are signing in if they would like to make public comment. The reason we came up with that is so that you're not standing in line, or we're not trying to see a show of hands for who wants to make public comment. So once we get that list going, the list can be brought up here, and then we can just call on people. And I'll go into that a little bit more in a minute when Francie gets here. Okay? Thank you. If you want. Everyone can find a seat. We're going to get started in a minute. I want to remind everybody that you need to wear a mask. Good evening. Welcome back. Welcome here for the first time. This is the resumption of the conditional use hearing that we began last Thursday, May 19th. Waiting for the list of what we did to try to stay organized. Tonight's public comments to have people sign in so I can just look at the list and call on people. If you are just arriving now or you change your mind at some point and didn't sign up for public comment, I'm not closing it out. You can just get up out of your seat and go back there and sign in. We'll add you to the list. Before we get started, I guess first of all, we did this last Thursday. Could everybody here just go around and introduce themselves again for everybody's benefit, starting with the borough manager?
Sure. Bill White, Borough Manager. Marty Spiegel, Mayor.
SVP Board Council Member. Scarlett Cahill, Council Member.
Sarah Green, Vice President. Mary Walk, Council President.
Robert Scott, Borough Solicitor.
Jill Diasky, Council Member.
Francie Halderman, council members.
Thank you, everyone. I just mentioned this to the solicitor, and I want to get the buy-in or approval, consent of the parties. What I have in mind, because obviously this is a very complex matter. We are doing a de novo hearing, a de novo review of what was done by the Borough's Planning Commission. There's a lot at stake here for everybody. What I would like to ask for, at least on behalf of myself, if not for all of council, is that at the end of this evening, because everybody has rested, although I think there might be one more exhibit coming from SOS, which is fine. How about you submit findings of fact and conclusions of law? For me, at least, it would be very helpful to see some of these issues briefed that you've raised, especially because one side closed and did not put on any witnesses. Obviously, we can't force the parties to do that if time does not permit or finances do not permit, but I would like to hear, and I think all of council would like to hear from council for the parties if you would like to do that. And I know I just sprung it on you.
Michael Halston on behalf of the Swarthmore Borough and the 4 individual appellants. I actually think findings of fact, conclusions of law, and some arguments is a great idea. I think if you set a reasonable timeline, we'd be happy to meet that request.
Thank you. Mr. Petrosa?
Yes, if council wishes to have findings of fact, conclusions of law, we'll prepare that. It might take a little while to do it, so again, I haven't really planned on that, but if that's what you like, that's what we'll do.
Okay. Understood. Does anyone from council have any thoughts on that or opinions on that or the time frame? Yes.
We are going to need to flesh. We're going to need to flesh out a timeline, both because if council wants to rely on a transcript, that's going to take a week, 2 weeks. Council has 45 days to make a decision, but if you want to work on the transcript, you're all going to have to agree to schedule within brief, and probably we're going to ask for an extension on 45 days, depending on your briefing schedule. So, why don't we work that out? I'd rather read this evening with that set rather than rely on it after the fact. So what's council's preference?
In my experience, Mr. President and I can work together and submit a proposed form of order for the council to consider in terms of what the schedule would be.
Timing?
Yeah, timing, whether we're submitting simultaneously, whether there's going to be any replies or rebuttals. We can work all of that out and then suggest respectfully a form of order for your consideration, and then you could either enter it as proposed or alter it as you see fit.
Mr. Petrosa, are you okay with that?
Phil is probably right that we can do that, but I'm a little concerned that we've had, just some, because of people's schedules, difficulty in scheduling certain things. And there might be a certain advantage to knowing when council would like our submissions this evening before we leave. It seems to me.
I'm of the mind that you could submit simultaneously. I'm not saying the need for reply briefs. I think you could go with the case that is what you're presenting rather than kind of color arguments. So I would suggest, I assume you both want to work on a transcript, or do you feel you can proceed with?
I think a transcript would be better.
Okay, so we're looking at 2 weeks to get a transcript. I think you'll need 10 days following that. So, would you get a calendar? Yes.
Will we hold that here?
Because I'll need to arrange to secure the room.
This is paper.
No, this is paper.
This is going to be legal briefs
Yeah.
submitted to council to read, to sort of summarize the arguments that were made. And I will say, I'm particularly interested in what we are supposed to be giving the Planning Commission's decision.
So we're looking at 2 weeks for transcript to be ready, that's approximately June 7. 10 days after that will be June 17. Do you think that's realistic?
What day of the week is that?
That is a Friday, June 17.
I just suggest
It's okay.
the 20th, which would be the Monday.
Okay, Mr. Bouchard, any objections?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Give us 1 second, gentlemen, I'm sorry. Yes. Mhm.
Last week, we heard from both sides for their arguments. So if they're summing up their legal arguments, what are we hearing from the other side if they have bring in witnesses?
Well, they can make arguments about what the applicants submitted, as to what it was at.
Up to what they submitted?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll just be responding.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Even if
they're
they
gonna have to,
requested,
yeah, it's gonna have to be based on what's on the transcript.
yeah, it's,
So they're gonna be relying on what was presented to us. We-
Mr. Scott, isn't it also true, because there's public testimony tonight, public comment, that public comment is also relevant to the analysis?
Well, the public comment is not evidential.
Yeah, I mean, public comment can sway opinions, but it's not gonna be, shouldn't be the basis for your,
I appreciate that.
yes.
Right, it's what's in the record. It's what was put on sworn testimony last week. The legal issue I'm interested in is about the planning commission. If somebody could address that, I would appreciate it, because I will tell you, I'm an attorney for 23 years, and I'm not clear on the difference between how much weight we are supposed to give that and the fact that this is a de novo review.
I have no objection to the 20th. So that's
Okay,
And then, well, and when is the 45?
that's what I'm counting now, so,
Because my problem is I won't be around to review this list.
we're looking, all right.
And I don't want to delay it.
23rd plus 15.
Possibly
I'm looking, I'm sorry.
can I just clarify, we have the two of the parties responding by the brother party.
You're right.
They
People
may
who were given
file
party
a
status.
state.
That is correct. The point I was going to make, I'm glad you did, in case I forgot. We're looking at July 5th or 6th, will be the 45th day, which is the week I will be away, and it is holiday week. I would ask that the parties would agree to extend the brother's 45 days to respond to July 20th. Adequate? Does that work for council?
Does it work for us? And then we're deciding, but I don't.
Before the 20th. It would be at the regular council meeting. Right. Exactly. It's
That's the
be-
thing, he has
you-
to issue an opinion on.
Yeah, you could decide it as standing. We might establish another meeting, once we get your briefs, but I'm proposing July 20th as the deadline to be given.
That's acceptable.
Is that doable? Will the borough be receiving a copy of the transcript or no?
Yes.
We will? Okay. All right. And then the parties who were given party status but are unrepresented by council.
Yes, so the parties who were admitted last week are entitled to submit proposed findings of fact and conclusions of all issues. Mr. Richardson, Ms. Ellis, Mr. Federico, and Ms. Dow. And they're not required to, but they may if they wish.
And I suppose this is more for the parties to decide amongst themselves, but if they wanted to, they could maybe join into one
Yes.
side or the other, if that would be a cost savings of some sort to them, but I would let you all figure that out, if that's doable.
Madam President, while I am still up here, there is one matter, just for efficiency's sake, if you would love me for just a brief
I
moment.
will, but hold on 1 second. Are we done with this?
I just want to understand date-wise. So, it's 45 days leave. Is that happening? We need to do that? I have really also not do
put it on the record.
On behalf of the applicant, we agree to extend the 45-day period for council to render a decision in this matter through and including July 20th, 2022.
Although I actually believe that it is his fine, if it is not mine, we certainly do.
Okay, thank you both. Yep.
And so we still need to schedule a deliberation session
After we have had a chance to look at everything,
but before July.
So between June 20th, you receive briefs, and July 20th, you will, council should schedule a meeting for
Okay. Is everybody clear on what the deadline is for your briefs to be submitted? Yes, it is. Is that good? Okay. And do the unrepresented parties understand this? Yes, Mr. Richardson. Yes. And Mr. Feather, we can beat you to the microphones. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify then, and I think you may have, but any opinions that are offered by this June 20th deadline are to be based solely on the record that was created at the last meeting, and then whatever case references are relevant to that testimony.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Richardson.
I'm afraid that the masks combining with my failing hearing has created a bit of a problem. So I just want to clarify a couple points that you just discussed, or maybe expected that we heard, that I heard. So it's findings of fact and what of law?
Conclusions of law.
I can Google that and see what they think. And then you said Mary, you said something about us combining efforts for something, but I didn't understand that.
You should probably talk to the council for SOS and see if that's something that, sometimes lawyers will talk about one party's going to take the laboring war on something, but that's really up to Mr. Rosenthal to decide if that's okay. Okay? All right. Do you have a question? Okay. Brandon?
I should describe de novo.
I don't want to describe de novo for everybody. That's why I want them to brief it for me.
Okay.
Yeah. That's because I don't want to legally advise myself. It's the burdens on the parties to tell us, I think, so we're going to let them do it. Okay? Come up.
President, thank you. So I had discussed this in advance with Solicitor Scott. I would like to supplement the record, which would include the evidentiary record, by just offering to the Borough Council the April 15, 2022 appeal that was filed by the appellants, State Swarthmore and 4 individuals. And they are Elliott, Rothbard, Perkins, and Kenny. So that substantively, you at least have record notice of what the bases of the appeal of Mr. Webb's zoning permit and the request for determination issues are.
Okay.
Mr. Petruzzi, you have the thing to say?
I would object to it, and I'll explain my reason. I don't think it's really relevant. With the issues that they raised in the zoning appeal go to the zoning hearing board. And as we've tried to indicate throughout this hearing, that's exclusively within the jurisdiction of the zoning hearing board. So I don't think it's really relevant to the council's determination of this conditional use application. And plus the fact that the record was closed, of course.
Say that last part, I couldn't hear you.
Record is closed.
Record. Thank you.
So,
Rebuttal to that?
yeah, just very simply, it is the fundamental basis upon which you are proceeding, which is the issuance of a zoning permit that is permitting a conditional use consideration in the first place. So the basis of appeal is legally and substantively relevant. So I ask, and I'm not here to argue that, but I think you need to have record notice of the fact of the appeal to the zoning hearing.
I think we have that, though. there's no doubt that we know that there was an appeal to the zoning hearing board. So giving us the actual, are you trying to put a copy of your appeal into the record?
That's exactly right.
But I
Which I
think-
think was referenced specifically last time.
Right.
It wasn't specifically offered as a document. It is the exact duplicate copy.
But at the same time, I get Mr. Petros's point that you are sort of giving us the argument that you're making to the zoning hearing board, when really all you're asking us to do is take notice of the fact that the appeal occurred, and we do know that, and your co-counsel did say that last week, so that is in the record that there is an appeal. But if I may continue, I also pointed out last week, there is no support that I can see for your contention that because there is an appeal, that somehow invalidates the zoning permit that was issued by the borough manager. It doesn't act as some sort of supersedious, does it?
So it, go ahead.
No, I said it is not, and the purpose of trying to offer that is to try to get council to look at some of the arguments and say, well, gee, maybe that's an interesting argument, and maybe we should improve that. And that's an issue that we're gonna litigate that issue, but we're gonna litigate before the zoning hearing.
So it is both the fact of it and the legal basis of it, and although I acknowledge that it, and certainly Judge Whalen in Delaware County acknowledged that we were permitted to proceed with the hearing, there's also no doubt that Mr. Scott has put in both letter and on the record that regardless of your ultimate determination on conditional use, no demolition permit can issue until the resolution of the appeal, and therefore they are inextricably intertwined.
But we have made it clear that no demolition permit will issue until after that. So it's really sort of a non-issue. Jill?
Yeah, I understand what you're asking, and I think we're limited to just taking notice of the fact that there is an appeal. What I'm concerned about is there will be two parallel, we go with what you're saying, there will be two parallel reviews of the same issues. And I don't think we have jurisdiction over the zoning appeal or what is contained in that brief. So we'll end up in a place that we don't want to be. We start litigating or considering the issues of zoning.
Look, I've made my request and my argument. You can rule on it. Sadly, I think you all very well understand that this is going to have a long litigation path ahead of it, and that unless there's some ability of the parties to negotiate a resolution, which I never foreclose. So I appreciate it. I respect everything you're saying. My argument is on the record, and you can rule accordingly.
I'd like to reiterate that the attorney for SOS basically just told us what you just told him, that nothing can happen in the way of physical demolition until all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. There are other steps to take. So I agree with counsel and precedent.
I generally am inclined to allow the admission of evidence. I'm generally, my advice to allow the admission of evidence. You can give it what weight you want based on the arguments that have been raised. But I'd rather you accept it and give it the weight that has been, you feel appropriate, than to exclude it and have that be a basis for an appeal.
Does everybody understand that distinction about letting it in, but then giving it the weight that, what is the weight you're advising us to give it?
Well, the substantive issues of this appeal are not for your review. It is being admitted, if admitted, for the purposes of putting you on notice that there is a separate appeal going, not for you to get into the merits of that appeal.
And I think for those who are just separate appeal filed, whatever the equivalent of judicial notice is, because it was filed with the borough. I mean, the borough's part.
Okay, I'm going to remind everybody to please use their microphone, but I'm also going to ask that the crowd does not shout out. I know it's hard to hear, but let's all just try to use the microphone and talk loud like Mary does. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Petros.
No, I was just saying that, you already know that an appeal was filed, and that's really all you need to know. It makes me feel like I almost have to respond to some of the arguments he made in that, so you don't just read his arguments without reading our arguments, and that's the road I don't want to go down. That's,
Understood. Kristen, what did you want to say?
I guess I would like to get one from our solicitor, because we generally allow evidence. But you also say that it has very little weight, if any, because it should be before the zoning hearing board. And we all know this, why are we admitting it?
To preclude an issue for appeal. So that we don't get a remand because the court on appeal, the court on appeals court decides, well, you should have accepted that.
But they had the chance last week as well.
That's
So
true.
they had ample opportunity.
That is true.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Petrosa can appeal because we let in something and he didn't have an opportunity to respond to it. So, how should we handle deciding this?
At this point, vote on it.
Okay.
Because, although I think probably, I don't hear anybody agreeing with me, so but you can.
All right, well, who is in favor of, what are you going to mark, what's the marking on the proposed exhibit? What are you calling it, SOS 1?
Right.
Okay. All in favor of admitting SOS 1 into evidence, say aye. Aye. So 2 in favor, all opposed? No.
Nay. But I do want to clarify that I think we take judicial notice of the fact that this is on appeal and a different body is going to hear the substance of this. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. It's relevant for a different forum.
So I believe the noes have it. So it's not being admitted. But we do take judicial notice, and we are well aware that there is an appeal to the zoning and hearing board, but it's on a different track.
And it's not just judicial notice, it is in the record.
It's in the record?
From verbally from the last,
Okay.
from the hearing.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you both. Okay, is there anyone else who didn't sign up for public comment who would like to go back to the table back there? Hello, and, oh, there's another sheet. Okay. Moving more housekeeping things before we talk about the public comment?
No.
Because in light of what we just decided about the submission of briefs afterward, then we will not be here tomorrow night deliberating and deciding. We're going to wait for the briefs. Are we all good with that? So looking at how many we have, what I'd like to do is limit it to 5 minutes. And before everybody groans, 5 minutes is a long time to talk with no interruption. So what we're going to do is have people come up as they appear on this list and limit it to 5 minutes. Can somebody up here help me out with timing? Bill, you're going to do that. And then if we finish this tonight, then we'll close out tonight and we'll wait for the briefs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we don't finish this tonight, we can use tomorrow night for more public comment?
That's correct. We'll need to continue on the record.
Okay.
And do you still want to stick with the 10 o'clock end time?
What does council want to do? 10 o'clock? 10 p.m.?
Unless we're close to the end.
Unless we're supposed to be.
Yeah, let's see.
Quite right with that.
Let's play it by ear. All right, so are we ready? First, we're going to have Mr. Richardson. Please speak into the microphone, okay, and give us your address for the court reporter.
Al Richardson, 114 Park. Usually I don't really care to go first, but I have some questions about the general sorts of things you're considering in this hearing based on the discussions last week, and then I'll talk about my feelings on the specifics of the conditional.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. I do want to remind people, public comment is not typically a back and forth with council.
I'm not. I don't attend that.
Say that again? Okay.
I'm referencing the two parts of my comment.
Okay.
But I should just go ahead and do the
I'm sorry.
comment. I'm wasting time.
We just,
So,
let me just,
One
I'm sorry
second.
to interrupt.
We're
I just want to
sorry.
Clarify one thing. We did say the witness, the people at public comment can ask the experts or ask the witnesses questions.
I don't know that they're all here then now. Yeah. Yeah, the record's closed.
purpose of public comment is to allow people to comment, not to ask questions of council, not to ask questions of the applicant or protestants, just let people make their comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petrosa. Okay, Mr.
May I have a restart?
Yes.
I stopped you.
Yes, we're starting
From
back.
zero, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just read. So I'd like to discuss why we're here and then the specifics of the conditional use application. Why are we here? I know how glad you were last Thursday when there was someone present who worked on the conditional use demolition statute. In Jill's words, how lucky are we to have someone here who was there and can tell us what was intended. I agree. What was intended? This is Laura Messenger's response when asked by her attorney, what was the reasoning behind the conditional use requirement regarding demolition permits? Quote, we recognized there was real purpose and more oversight about proposed new development. And later, addressing Borough Council directly, quote, I forgot the end quote. Did you get the pause there? Later, addressing the Borough Council directly, quote, we wanted to ensure that no one could just go ahead and demolish a building without more tests from you, end quote. The you there was Borough Council. And yet the same witness and others argued that, and even today, just now, argued that conditional use criteria should not be considered for a project that is code compliant. What's the source of that claim? And what does this narrow focus mean for Borough Council's role in adjudicating conditional use? Laura said she worked with a very diverse and talented group of people in drafting this statute. I can't believe the intent was to inherently hamstring council in their ability to exert oversight and apply tests regarding new development, those are her words, and considering the entire impact of any demolition. The developer's case referenced snapshots and demolition only. If this is truly the case, you would never reasonably approve any town center demolition project because removing historic structures per se always has a significant negative impact on town center character, and any demolition inherently violates many other provisions of the conditional use statute, including impact on public health and safety, compatibility with surroundings, impact on property values, unreasonable noise and vibration beyond the property line. Conditional use for demolition was enacted for a reason, and that reason is for council, not the zoning officer, to adjudicate the provisions of conditional use. The provisions are the 7 listed in the conditional use statute, and for historic properties, an additional determination regarding impact on town center character. These provisions are separate and distinct from zoning compliance, and zoning compliance would have no bearing on your ability, should have no bearing on your ability to consider them. Now, in this hearing, is your only chance to rule on conditional use. If you cede this oversight to the zoning officer, you lose the ability to intervene in the next project, even if it's a code-compliant parking garage taking the place of Michael's Farm. That's it for that one. Now I'll address this.
How much time does Mr. Richard?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Okay.
Now I'll address the specifics of this proposal as it relates to conditional use. I strongly believe the demolition of Celia Building and 110 Park will have a significant negative impact on the character of town center. These iconic buildings anchor an important area of town center adjacent to the farmers market, the amphitheater, Borough Hall, and the library. In addition, I believe the entirety of this proposed project violates several other important provisions of conditional use statute. These include pedestrian safety, especially for children and the elderly, compatibility with the surrounding area and type and character, health and welfare of nearby residents, impact on town police and fire, and traffic congestion. If you don't consider these issues, if you don't consider the entirety of this project, please dismiss the demolition permit out of hand, as the impact of losing these buildings on its own is entirely negative with regard to impact on town center character and many other conditional use provisions already described. Last, I strongly urge you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation in this matter. The commissioners listen to the evidence and follow the statutes in recommending this application for a conditional use be denied. Sorry I couldn't make eye contact.
Okay, you did well. Thank you, Mr. Richards. Thank you. David Bloom. Mr. Bloom, please just give your address to the clerk.
Sure, my name is David Bloom. I live at 40 Guernsey Road, Swarthmore. I've lived in 5 other homes in the town, including government house apartments. I'd like to thank everyone on Borough Council for their service. You've dedicated countless hours of your personal time. While many of us get to go home tonight after making a public comment, you have the added burden of follow-on committee meetings and ultimately making a decision that will undoubtedly upset some of your neighbors. All of us in this room should take a deep breath and give each other some space to explain our perspectives in a thoughtful manner. I hope we can do that for the rest of the evening. My wish for you is that you can take comfort in knowing you're not alone. I mean this to the Borough Council members and everyone sitting up there. Many have walked in your shoes before. In fact, 2 are sitting here, albeit one virtually, asking for permission to build a mixed-use building that meets all the legal aspects of the zoning code. These individuals are our neighbors and have dedicated most of their civic lives to nurturing our town's community by service on this very council, the school board, and as trustees of Swarthmore Centennial Foundation, an organization dedicated to providing for the betterment of Swarthmore, the improvement of the community, its children, and its citizens now and in the future. Their civic engagement and passion for Swarthmore over the past 4 decades cannot be discounted. So let's toss out labels of developers, applicants, parties against, and parties for. Let's appreciate we are one town comprised of neighbors with different views. As a 4th generation Swarthmorean who left and came back to raise my family, I care deeply about this community. I too want to save Swarthmore, but believe that happens by embracing change and revitalization. For too many decades, I've witnessed the buildings continue their decline. My own mother worked retail in one of the quaint but crumbling shops. The main floor actually had holes straight through to the basement. Today, many shopkeepers who don't own their buildings suffer from deteriorating conditions where old plumbing is crumbling, among other things. Waiting for buildings to be declared condemned before permitting demolition won't result in a thriving downtown. Instead, it will result in a town that loses its best retail tenants, all in the name of keeping things status quo. Past projects that came with heated debates like this one include the Swarthmore Swim Club, the co-op renovation, the Inn at Swarthmore, the alcohol bill trap debate, the roundabout, the merger of Swarthmore High School and other Providence High School, and yes, even the Blue Route. I'd argue that every one of those changes has resulted in a better community for all members of our community. While the 110 Park project is not a retirement village, it certainly offers our aging population a chance to remain in Swarthmore longer due to the single-floor designs and elevator building. But even more importantly, it provides more single-level housing stock for individuals who cannot live in homes with multiple levels or uneven yards. At the end of the day, the 110 project will increase the housing stock in our town and enable us to welcome 35 new families to our Swarthmore community. These families will buy goods and services in our town center, They will volunteer at our civic organizations such as the Farmers Market, the library, and SPAC, and some even, hopefully, become borough council members if they're willing to volunteer. Rather than attempt to work with a future developer someday who may not share Bill and Don's love for this community, I encourage you to see this as an opportunity to work with both of them and Bill's son, who was born and raised in this town as well, to make our town a more vibrant community for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. I want to remind everybody that in order to speak during public comment, you must be a resident of the borough or a taxpayer here. And not to single out the next person on the list, but I do not believe you are either of those things. Ms. Udovich, are you out there? Oh, hi. Do you live in the borough or pay taxes here? I believe that's for the township, is it not? It's Swarthmore Post Office, but it's not Swarthmore Borough. And I feel like a big jerk saying that in a public meeting, believe me, but that...
The Sunshine Act says public comments for borough residents and taxpayers.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Peg Christensen.
Peg Christensen, 801 Yale Avenue. At last week's meeting, there was a mention of the co-op. And since I was on the co-op board many years ago, I thought a little history might be worth hearing. So the co-op board made a decision in the early 2000s that the co-op was in pretty horrendous condition and had to be replaced. It was impossible to renovate, as has already been cited. The building was in a condition where renovations not only couldn't occur, but underneath the co-op, anytime it rained, there was a stream, so the basement flooded all the time. So there was a problem with flooding, there was a problem with mold. The co-op really had to be demolished and replaced. The problem was, where would it go? So the most logical place would be the adjacent property. Unfortunately, the adjacent property was an ongoing business. The people running the ongoing business weren't thrilled about having to move. After a lengthy discussion and some compromise, they did agree to move their business elsewhere, and the new co-op was approved to move in that location. Then the next problem was the design of the co-op. When the design was presented to the borough residents, the reaction was, it doesn't go with the community. It doesn't match any of the buildings. It's too different. So the next step was to take a lot of pictures of different buildings in the borough and basically make the point to say there really isn't a common theme in the building, in the structure. So approval was given for the design of the new co-op. And so that opened in early or mid 2004. So the reason I mentioned it is I don't think anybody in the borough now can imagine not having the co-op there. I don't think anybody can imagine not having the inn where it is and not having the circle with the rotary where it is. And I would hope that at some point in the next year or two, people are also saying they can't imagine not having the Park Avenue condos there.
Thank you. Doug Harnsberger.
Good evening, Council.
Can you give us your address for the record?
My name is Douglas Harnsberger. I reside at 227 Park Avenue in Swarthmore, and have for 15 years with my very patient wife, Cindy McLeod. I speak tonight as a citizen of this Swarthmore community, second, as a practicing architect who specializes in historic preservation challenges at the federal level, and third, as a member of the Borough Planning Commission. It is in my third capacity that I represent the 6-member majority of the 9 that voted to recommend the Borough Council that the applicant's request for this conditional use permit be denied.
Mr. Harnsberger, was it 9?
No,
The legal basis of our recommendation to deny the permit application was focused largely on the definition of historic value that is provided in the Swarthmore Town Center zoning code under Chapter 1240, Section 63B. And it states, historic value shall mean any structure that is certified or preliminarily determined by the Secretary of the Interior as contributing to the historical significance of a registered historic district or a district preliminarily determined by the Secretary to qualify as a registered historic district. That's very long-winded. The Commission recognized that the two historic properties on Park Avenue that are slated for demolition under this conditional use permit have been preliminarily determined as contributing to the historical significance of a district preliminarily determined to qualify as a registered historic district. Those are the key words. We noted for the Commission's record that there is a proposed 2002 Swarthmore Town Center Historic District map that includes the two historic properties at issue. We also noted that the Commission's record, that there are two historic resource survey sheets prepared by the Delaware County Planning Commission that illustrate and describe in detail that historic character. And we noted that there is a 2002 letter from the Pennsylvania Historical Museum Commission stating that the Department of Interior had confirmed that the proposed Swarthmore Town Historic District was eligible to be nominated to the National Register of Historic Places. The Commission's majority concluded that these two Park Avenue properties at issue do indeed have recognized historic value as defined in the Borough Zoning Code and confirmed by the state and the federal agencies authorized to manage the National Register of Historic Places. Last Thursday evening, much emphasis was made by the developer and the expert witnesses that these two Park Avenue properties would not qualify as individually listed nominations for the National Register. We fully agree that they would not qualify as individual landmark buildings. However, such an individual level of historic significance is not what is required under Section B of the Borough's zoning code. Rather, what is required by our zoning code is that these properties contribute to the historic integrity of an eligible historic district. The Planning Commission majority concluded that two commercial historic properties are integral to the historic character of the Swarthmore Village and that their demolition would constitute a substantial loss to the historic integrity of the village core. By way of comparison, attached are several photographs. If I may, I'd like to distribute these photographs so you can look at them.
You can give them to the manager and he'll pass them around. Thank you.
Several photographs of the recently designated 2021 Narberth Historic District. This is what a mainline Montgomery County commercial historic district looks like. It's familiar, it's colorful, and it's eclectic. It varies, much like our own collection of buildings in Swarthmore. I submit to you that Narberth's architecture looks very similar in scale and building type to that of our Swarthmore Village. It consists of mostly early 20th century 2- and 3-story low-bearing masonry storefronts with raised entry stoops and bright lines. This Narberth Historic District was surveyed by the staff of the Montgomery Planning Commission, verified by the PA State Historic Preservation Office, and designated on the federal and state levels of the National Register staff in 2021. We're in the middle of our pandemic. Swarthmore's Village meets a very similar standard of early 20th century eclectic significance as the Narberth Historic District. Tonight, I ask you to recognize that the Swarthmore Borough meets the same standard of local historic district significance as Narberth has met. We 6 members of the Planning Commission, 5, ask that you support our reasoned recommendation to deny the 110 Park conditional use demolition request for these two contributing Park Avenue historic properties.
Thank you very much. Rex Bryan. Can you speak up though when you guys get up there? Thank you. Talk into the microphone. No.
Okay. My name is Rex Bryan. I live at 507 North Chester Road in Swarthmore. I'm an attorney. I have a degree in architecture, a master's degree in regional planning, studied environmental and land use law at Vermont Law School. Yet my qualifications pale in comparison to the other members of the Township Planning Commission. Just heard from Mr. Harnsberg, who is a very esteemed historic preservationist. It's the Planning Commission must concede, knows our way around the zoning code, as we have authored much of the language over decades of public service to the borough. With respect to the conditional use application, we reviewed all of the evidence submitted, analyzed the relevant zoning code provisions, and voted 5-3 to disapprove the application. I worked with Laura Gunther on the Planning Commission years ago, and I can tell you that the issue of historic preservation was discussed on many occasions, particularly with respect to whether a developer could demolish Michaels, for example. The consensus that we reached was that the zoning code was robust enough to protect historic buildings, and they are, if they're properly applied and enforced, as the Planning Commission did. Now, you also heard last week that there's no protections for historic buildings. That nothing can be further from the truth. The Pennsylvania municipalities planning code mandates that our ordinances and zoning provisions protect historic buildings. Section 603G2 says that zoning ordinances shall provide for protection of natural and historic features and resources. Our zoning code does that. There is also an amendment to the Pennsylvania Constitution, which is referenced also in the zoning code, which mandates protection of historic resources and states that as trustee of these resources, the Commonwealth shall conserve and maintain them for the benefit of all the people. You are the government in this case. As the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has held on many occasions, this environmental amendment applies to historic buildings, and that municipalities are acting well within their rights to protect historic buildings. Now, we know that these two buildings are historic because they exist on the resource survey. We also know from the Delaware Planning Commission who reviewed.
1 second. Christopher, Manager, are you still keeping track of the time? Okay, thank you.
I hope I get that time. We also know from the Delaware County Planning Commission that received the initial application that they have considerable concerns about the demolition of these two buildings, as noted. And the Planning Commission states that the two buildings are on the historic resource survey and are of local historic significance. Now, take heed of those words because they track exactly the language of the demolition provision in our zoning code. We also heard very briefly from a witness about the resource survey, and in my opinion, essentially denigrating the work of dozens and dozens of our residents who prepare these surveys pursuant to government forms submitted by the Pennsylvania Historic Museum Commission, and based on their work, we codified the survey into our code to identify what buildings are deemed of historical value. There's no question that these two buildings are subject to the protections of the zoning code. I've handed up a number of documents for review. The one in your hand is the brochure for the town center brochure. On the second page, the Celia Building is prominently displayed. That's the building they wanted to demolish, and I'm asking you, please don't let that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. I'm going to just ask if anybody else brings up anything they want the borough to review and they want to give it to the manager, can you please have it collated so that he does not have to stop and do that? Thank you. Sylvia Schneider.
My name is Sylvia Schneider. I live at 137 Park Avenue. And I've been asked to read a letter by Rick and Jackie Miller that could not be here, and their address is 119 South Princeton Avenue.
I believe they sent us that letter today, so we have that.
You know, I can't read it.
Well, we already have the letter, so we're not, people can send us letters, so they're not.
There's a number of letters that have been submitted. At the end, we're going to. There's a number of letters that have been submitted. We're not going to read them all. At the end of the meeting, we'll list the names of who they were from, and they will be distributed to all the council people, and they will be included in the minutes.
Thank you. Susan Wright.
Susan Wright, 147 Park Avenue, Swarthmore. I support the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the applicant's conditional use demolition application. A recommendation that was based on solid legal analysis, not on an emotional appeal, as some have inaccurately described it. And most respectfully urge the Borough Council to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation, thereby preserving the character of our town center and two significant historic buildings. I am opposed to granting the applicant's conditional use application because it does not satisfy the legal requirements for conditional use under 1264-11, and because the demolition of 110 Park and 102-104 Park, two buildings of significant historic value, would violate 1256-06A2 because it would have a substantial negative effect on the character of the town center. The buildings defined to have historic value under 1240-05, 65, D, sorry. Both appear in the Historic Resources Survey Data Section C, and thus, as stated in the survey introduction, are among the most significant sites in Swarthmore. Any argument that the buildings are not historically significant is not only contrary to the survey's own characterization, but even more important, is contrary to the independent evaluation conducted by the Pennsylvania Bureau of Historic Preservation on October 30th, 2002, an evaluation that established the boundaries of an eligible National Register Swarthmore Business Historic District and expressly found that 102-104 Park was a contributing historic resource. It is contrary to the expert opinion expressed in letters from the Preservation Pennsylvania, from the Heritage Commission of Delaware County, Haverford Township Historic Society, and the Preservation Alliance. Assertions that the buildings are not historically significant and that their demolition would not have a substantial negative impact on the character of the town center are contrary to the overwhelming weight of expert opinion. To analyze whether the demolition of the buildings would have a substantial negative effect on the character of the town center, we should need to look at the defined town center zoning purposes set forth in 1256-01. As significant historic buildings, the building's demolition would undermine the retention of the town center streetscape, contrary to the zoning purpose set forth in 1256-01B, thus undermining both the eligible National Register district and the character of the town center. Because the matter is one of first impression under 1256-06, the precedent set by any decision to allow conditional use demolition permit would be especially pernicious, enabling other developers to ignore the purposes stated in 1256-01, B, C, and D to preserve existing buildings of historic significance to the greatest extent possible, to promote the reuse of existing structures, to promote the construction of new structures in a manner that maintains the visual character and architectural scale of the town center, and to ensure that new buildings are sympathetic with and enhance the surrounding streetscape. There is nothing in the statute distinguishing the buildings from any other historic building in the town center. Not the Scherer Building, not the Michael's Corner. The legally insufficient arguments advanced by the applicants can just as easily be advanced by any other developer wishing to demolish any other significant historic building in the town center. This renders 1256-06A2 meaningless, which is against public policy and against the Pennsylvania laws of legal interpretation. There is being no other provisions in the zoning code protecting any historic resource, rendering 1256-06A2 meaningless, denies Swarthmoreans their conditional right under the Pennsylvania Environmental Rights Amendment to the preservation and historic values of the environment, and also leaves the zoning code in violation of 603G2 of the Municipal Planning Code.
Ms. Wright, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Greg Van Gundy.
My name is Greg Van Gundy. I live at 16 Benjamin West. I believe that Mr. Bloom has made my every point far more eloquently than I, so I will cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ken Carroll.
I'm Ken Carroll. I live at 229 Cornell. The current controversy has caused all of us to think and discuss the character of Swarthmore, and I think we realize how difficult that is to define. But I have a couple of factors that I think contribute to that. And the first is planfulness. We are not an impulsive group. We never do anything here without a great deal of discussion and a sincere effort to achieve consensus. I think it's the Quaker influence. For decades, if not generations, groups of Swarthmoreans have gathered together, organized themselves into various committees to help plan in a deliberate, careful way the future of our town. The condo project is not a bolt from the blue. It is the logical outcome of all of those discussions. It is not merely consistent with the characteristic of Swarthmore, but I believe it is necessary to the preservation of it. The other factor is fairness. We play by the rules here. As fellow citizens, we pledge to each other to do that, to observe the rules that we ourselves have made and hold ourselves to them. These two gentlemen have followed the rules. They're not asking for a variance. They have done all that has been asked of them to address all of our concerns. And I think that they deserve that we should play by the rules as well. Rules rule.
Thank you. Dr. Martin.
Good evening. My name is Helga Hartung, and I reside at 312 Ogden Avenue in Swarthmore. And I'm not an architect nor a commercial real estate planner. I'm not a lawyer, for that matter. I'm a pediatrician who is dedicated to community building and, in the current context here, dedicated to community preservation. So I will speak from the heart and, out of character for a physician, not use a lot of jargon here. Maybe a nice change from some of the previous. So we're here to discuss a conditional use permit. In other words, the demolition of 4 buildings located right across the street from here on Park Avenue. To answer the question whether such a demolition would have a substantial negative impact on the character of our town. I attended the meeting last Thursday when the developers made their case in favor of such demolition. I want to spend my time tonight in front of you responding to what I heard that night, and what I consider a series of mischaracterizations and obfuscations. Last Thursday, we heard a lot about 102-104 Park Avenue. We heard about linear feet and square footage, and the claim that this property comprises only a small percentage of town center. We were told that Swarthmore rules and regulations pertain to buildings and not their surroundings. And we were told that character and substantial negative impact were so subjective to make them almost meaningless qualifiers. We were told that these buildings were at the very edge of town center. We were told that the buildings are old and historic only because they're more than 50 years old. None of that convinced me. Allow me to share with you how I, as a proud Swarthmore resident who cares deeply about our town center, judge the developer's arguments that I just summarized. Point number 1. 102-104 Park Avenue has a name. It's the Celia Building. It's a beautiful building, which is why it has a name. The garage behind the building is old. The Celia Building is historic. Reducing the Celia Building to its address is an old linguist's trick to minimize its historic significance. All of you, I'm sure, have read about this building in the Swarthmorean, about its original owner as summarized by the granddaughter, about its architectural elements which are unique and charming, and they are historic. Point number 2. I'm not interested in the number of linear feet of front facade or square footage. To me, that's jargon. I ask myself a much simpler question. Would the demolition of the Celia Building and 110 Park Avenue have a substantial negative impact on the character of our town? And of course, for me, the answer is yes. It might be only 5% of town center front facade, or whatever the number quoted was. But if you grant the precedent for demolition, what would you tell the next developer who also wants to demolish only 5% of our facade? And what about the next one? They would have a precedent for their demand. And ask yourself this question. If all we had in Swarthmore was Michael's and the Schurrer Building, and maybe the Bank Building, and in between we had modern apartment buildings and storefronts, would that still be the town center we all love? Would it have the same character? This is a rhetorical question, in case you didn't notice. Of course it wouldn't. We would have destroyed the character of our town. You would have authorized the destruction of the unique character of our town. Point number 3. I'm also not interested in the argument that our rules and regulations pertain to buildings only and not to surroundings. That is jargony rubbish, in my opinion. Do you think our beautiful White House in Washington, D.C. would have the same character if we put high-rise office buildings right next to it, without changing a single thing with the building itself? Again, a rhetorical question. It would change everything. We cannot separate green space and setbacks from the character of a building. They are an inseparable part of it. Point number 4. Are these buildings at the edge of town center? A neighbor with party status called out the mischaracterization on Thursday night. No, they're not. They're in the heart of town center. Our farmers market, our makers market, our truckathon, Memorial Day and 4th of July parades and events, they happen right in front of the Celia Building. The Bank Building is at the edge of town center, maybe. The Celia Building is not. Only a party with a very narrow definition of town center, a definition reduced to commercial activity and the revenue generated from it, could fall for this mischaracterization. Point number 5. Does the demolition of these buildings have a substantial negative impact on the character of town? Your very own planning commission thought so. We've heard about that tonight. The commission is comprised of subject matter experts, and they weighed all the same arguments made last Thursday. Carefully.
Thank you, Dr. Hartung.
Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
During my presentation, I started to project them like put it out in colors if you want my visual tour of the town center. My name is Julie Ellis. Keep in mind that you have 5 minutes. Yes. My name is Julie Ellis, and I live at 128 Park Ave, practically next door to the site of the proposed demolition. We moved here in 2018 and chose Swarthmore over other nearby towns because of its tree-lined streets, sidewalks, excellent schools, and importantly, the presence of a town center. My family spends quite a bit of time in town center, including frequent trips to the co-op, Dunkin' Donuts for ice cream, Hobbs for remote work and camaraderie, gifts at various retail shops, and weekly visits to the library. I'm familiar with the character of the town center and would like to think that, given our frequent presence there and our home on the 100 block, my family contributes contributes in its own unique way to that character. We are at this hearing, and some of my family members are here, to express our opinion that demolition of the 2 historic buildings will have a substantial negative impact on the character of the town center. I would like to demonstrate this opinion by taking you on a brief visual tour of my family's experience of the town center. So this is from the heart and from our opinion of the character. Last Thursday, the developers indicated that 110 Park does not engage with town center because it's offset too far from the sidewalk. Yet my family enjoys its green space, where every year since a previous tenant planted wildflowers in the front, we have searched for butterflies and swallowtail caterpillars. We would argue that allowing for green space in front of and between buildings in the center of town makes it a far more appealing place to walk and shop. Then there's the green space between 110 Park and the Celia Building, with its gardens full of birds in the spring and the wonderful Augustine holiday light display. Each year, my family looked forward to the first night that the lights came on and made many subsequent visits to see the displays there. The Celia Building has a unique and beautiful facade, and though we're pleased that Shannon and Martha have managed to negotiate a new space, we're very sad that they had to vacate the building because their beautification of that space contributed substantially to the character of the town center. I'd like to address the developer's definition of town center and their assertion that 110 Park Ave is too far from it to contribute significantly. The wonderful community events that we all hold dear, including the Santa Parade, art shows, food truckathons, typically encompass a large swath of the 100 block of Park Avenue, often starting at the library and 110 Park Ave. At the most recent food truckathon, my family sat with friends at a table between the library and 110 Park Ave. We think that 110 Park Ave does contribute to the character of the town center. We are here to address the impact of the demolition on town center, but we all know we're here because the demolition is needed to make way for construction of a luxury condo. Since moving here, in my previous letter, my neighbors and I expressed serious concerns about the impacts of the condo. We're not opposed to all change in development in town, and since moving here in 2018, my family has seen wonderful upgrades to the town center. Liquor license at the Co-op, opening of Gallery on Park, Village Vine of Aspen, Lunch Break Vintage, Ship Bottom Brewery, and here, where my kids are already taking classes. However, building a massive 65-foot luxury condo in the center of town is not the kind of change we'd like to see. The 100 block of Park Ave is our collective town square. At a recent food truckathon, while our kids ran gleefully through the barricaded downtown, several of us observed this is the community we dreamed of for ourselves and our children. I'm not a town planner or an architect, and clearly not an attorney, but even I can see that effective town center has historic buildings, mom and pop businesses, and unusual traditions that translate to a strong sense of community identity. Fundamentally, a town center should feel that it belongs to the community, not just to a developer or to a select few residents. And I would hope that our town leadership would recognize this and vote in accordance with the recommendation of the Planning Commission to deny the conditional use permit application. Thank you. Thank you very much. Angela Halpern.
So I was supposed to read a letter for another resident, so I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
Who's the letter from, because we may have received it today? Say it again.
Marvin,
You did get this letter.
Elias.
Yes, we got that today.
You got that? Okay, thank
We
you.
did, and that will be made part of the record tonight. Okay?
Jamie Schindel.
Hello, Jamie Schindel, 300 Cornell Avenue. As a preservation architect, I've focused my career on adaptive reuse of existing buildings with a focus on accessibility. The developers of 102, 104, and 110 Park Avenue have failed to prove that the existing buildings cannot be reused. Adaptive reuse is a form of urban planning and historic preservation, allows for growth while maintaining the cultural heritage of a community. There are 4 key ingredients to revitalization of a town center: organization, promotion, design, and economic restructuring. When one of these cornerstones is missing, the whole revitalization effort breaks down. For this proposed project, design is the critical path to success. The design must integrate, celebrate, and enhance the existing character of Swarthmore Town Center. What is the character of Swarthmore Town Center? Well, this can be subjective. There are four undeniable cornerstones: nature, human scale density, mixed-use building stock, and superior pedestrian experience. Applying these cornerstones to the proposed project sites is a standard that should be set by our borough. The existing properties in question provide dynamic open space, are human-scaled, mixed-use, and an excellent pedestrian experience with a bonus of a contributing architectural characteristics to the historic town center. The intentional open space filled with mature trees is important as a historic resources, and this can be seen throughout town center at the Garden of Ship Bottom Plindery and Barrel House, the plaza at PNC Bank, the front lawn of 110 Park Avenue, and the garden between 104 and 110 Park Avenue. 110 Park Avenue plays a critical role in the streetscape, as it is the first step, expressed in physical form, in the transition from Main Street to residential built environment. Commercial use of Park Avenue does not abruptly end, rather it feathers beautifully into housing stock. This proposed design veils the cornerstones of revitalization and character of Swarthmore. The design underutilizes the alley as approximately 200 feet of vital and available retail frontage. The design is unsuccessful in providing nature and intentional open space. The proposed solution ignores the connection of Rutgers Avenue retail and commercial spaces. While according to some measures, this project is a small percentage of the square footage of town center, it will set a precedent for all future development. We must set the bar high for designing and maintaining the character of Swarthmore. It is clear the developers failed to challenge their experts with the constraints of keeping the existing buildings that were identified in the Historic Resource Survey. The demolition of 102, 104, and 110 Park will have a substantial negative effect on the character of town center, an effect that would be irreversible. In closing, to preserve the character of our town center and our historic resource, I support the Planning Commission and its recommendation to deny the conditional use application. I do believe that this denial precludes development, calls for compromise that involves the preservation of buildings as well as open space and developing the site simultaneously. This compromise is a preservation architect's dream project, and I'm not available for hire. Sorry. I truly hope the developers direct their team to conquer this exceptional challenge and provide Swarthmore with the beautiful improvement it deserves. Thank you to the Swarthmore Borough Council for your time and serious consideration of the community's concerns to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and to deny the application until a proposed design meets all the cornerstones of revitalization and maintaining the character of Swarthmore.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Baker.
My name is Jennifer Baker. I live at 306 South Chester Road. My primary concern is the quality of life in Swarthmore. And I would like to draw attention to the fact that the proposers of this project stand to make an enormous profit. This is not being done as a favor to the borough of Swarthmore. If you listen to the public comments, and I really believe that Borough Council should represent the majority of the residents of the borough, and not the financial interests of the developers, the vast majority of people here are against this project. We are against the demolition of these perfectly good buildings, and against what is to be built in its place. It is not that all of the people you see here are backward-looking and against development. It is that they're against this particular development. All development is not good development. Some is inappropriate and wrong because of its designated location, scale, design, or what might be already occupying that particular spot. This one is inappropriate in all of those ways. The developers have been planning this for a long time, acquiring each parcel of land until enough was amassed to build something so large as to dwarf the neighboring buildings. It is a vertical gated community that will destroy the existing character and small town feel that is Swarthmore's greatest asset. Small towns that have kept the charm of their small-scale old downtown to flourish. and towns that have allowed cookie-cutter luxury condo developments have become unattractive to people who wish to live in a town that has its own character and is not a generic suburb that could be just about anywhere. The most important thing being decided here, the demolition of the existing buildings to be allowed or not, is a setting of precedent. If you allow the demolition of the buildings on Park Avenue and the construction of this 5-story, 65-foot tall buildings, you will soon see the owners of other buildings that make up the town center looking to get into the action. I've seen this over and over in other neighborhoods. Perhaps Michael's Corner will be next. What is to keep the owner of that building or any other of the charming small buildings in the town center from allowing them to decay a bit until they are less attractive, and then proposing to demolish and build something taller and more profitable, shiny and new? They will ask for the same treatment. They will be able to say, you allowed these other buildings to be demolished, we're only asking for the same as was allowed before. And then Swarthmore becomes indistinguishable from any other place with luxury condos and chain stores. I moved here specifically because that's not what Swarthmore was. I beg you to think ahead, beyond short-term profit for some, and see if that is really the best vision of the future for this town. This proposal might be acceptable in a different location of the borough, perhaps, or else a smaller and more appropriate building could be constructed without the requested demolition, preserving what is attractive about Swarthmore and not displacing the small businesses and apartment residents that are vital and vibrant part of Swarthmore. I would also add that I was truly offended last week by the dismissive mention of the people who live in the apartments who will just have to relocate to make room for folks who can afford million-dollar condos. I'm also offended by the notion that it is just great that the shop owners have found new locations to make room for new commercial spaces in this development that no genuine small businesses will actually be able to afford. Hence my reference to chain stores that will be needed to fill those new proposed commercial spaces. Is this really the Swarthmore where you wish to live?
Thank you very much. Penny Emery?
My name is Penny Emery, and I live at 235 Dickinson. I've lived in this house for 44 years. I feel very lucky that a lot of people have voiced much of how I feel. And what I've learned.
Can you take your microphone and just put it up toward you a little bit?
Yes.
How's that? Okay.
And what I'm going to say tonight is just what I feel from the heart. I believe that this evening we're addressing the issue of compliance of the conditional use application for 102, 104, 110 Park Avenue buildings, and to build a 5-story, 36-unit condo building with integral parking and a handful of storefronts. It is my belief that by allowing this project to go ahead, there will be huge, irreversible, negative effects on our town center and the town itself. I am definitely not up on the details, the codes, the rules, the regulations that govern town center buildings, demolition, rebuilding, and economic development. I do know I firmly support the Planning Commission in its denial, its no vote, for the conditional use application of these buildings. I feel it is essential to protect the character of the town center, as well as the character and the spirit of this town as a whole. Let's take a moment to look at the definition of character. Merriam-Webster says, and I quote, "Character implies a group marked by distinctions, by distinctive likenesses peculiar to the type, similarities throughout its items included so that each is typical of a group. Being in character implies in keeping with one's usual patterns. Historically, to my knowledge, nothing like building this Leviathan in our town center has been proposed before. No building looms with such Masts above our private and commercial properties, blocking the sun, sending shade upon places often used to enjoy the sun or the sunset, or town and community activities, or even the open sky, or just a bit of green space. This project also takes precious open space, turning it into concrete and glass hardscape. It demolishes buildings that are of historic noteworthiness. It increases downtown traffic congestion, creates questionable pedestrian safety. It decreases the quality of life in downtown. Is this the direction the town center redevelopment project wants to go in? I hope not. I'm an older citizen of Swarthmore, perhaps holding some antiquated views and opinions. I'm in favor of town center development, very definitely. Oops, excuse me.
Take your time.
Got pages, I can't move my finger.
It's very cold, we just addressed that a second ago. My feet are freezing.
As long as this development is in the spirit and the character of Swarthmore and its community, a downtown of mostly 2 to 2.5 story buildings, some with historic value and significance and some without, but each building not overtaking our town center like a colossus that will never be out of sight. My opinion is it does not fit in, and it belies the character and the sensibility of our downtown, which, if this project goes ahead, will forever rob and change the feeling of this town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dow.
Okay, I just had something pretty simple, but one which was a letter from Elvira Celia Poise.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you already had that letter.
Could I see it and then I'll know? I couldn't quite hear you. Wait. Can you just, I want you to trip over the water. Oh, from a while ago. Okay, so do you think you have this?
No, I don't know the one we,
Okay, we'll just add it. You don't have to read it, we'll add it, but you can make your other remarks, but please don't trip over the water. Thank you.
Other people have spoken much more eloquently than I can, so all I'm going to read is a very short statement that thankfully SOS put on an email, and it's very short. This is on behalf of myself, Liz Dow, from 132 Park Avenue, and my mother, Sally Dow. I don't know, I'm about to cry.
Do you want some water?
Water should don't because
Why don't we give her some water? Do you want to give me what you wanted to read? If you want to come back up later, you can. You can come back up later. Susan Smythe.
Hello, Susan Smythe, 207 Cornell Avenue. I would like to read the remarks of James Levine, who chaired the Planning Commission meeting of 4/26/22.
I believe we had that sent to us today as well.
Can you confirm that?
I'm fairly certain we did receive it, yes, we did.
Okay.
There was a transcript that I believe that Melanie sent to us. Yes.
I would also like to offer comments of my own then.
Sure.
I would have been pleased to read James Levine's words tonight. I found them powerful when he said them at the meeting. I do so again. I appreciate that you all have a tough decision ahead of you. These moments as an elected official are where the rubber meets the road. To that point, when I was on council, we collectively were always hoping for members of the public public to attend meetings, to make comments. We actively solicited public input. You have gotten a great deal of public input about this project, much of it unfavorable. Residents have expressed valid concerns about traffic, noise, congestion, pedestrian safety, demise of rental units, scale, aesthetics, and quality of life, among many other concerns. Those in favor of the project seem to largely dismiss those objections without offering convincing solutions and merely tell the rest of us not to worry so much. I and many others, including Mr. Levine, feel that the developers have not really made a case for the importance or benefits of this project. But tonight I know we're here to talk specifically about the request to demolish 4 buildings, not to debate the merits of what would succeed those buildings. The developers presented 4 witnesses last week, all of whom suggested that the demolition of the buildings will not have a substantial negative impact on the character of the town center. But I think we can all agree that this is a highly subjective determination. At their April meeting, the Planning Commission, after hearing those same witnesses, many members of the public, as well as other interested parties, was swayed to think that it would have a substantial negative impact. We can argue about the historic designation, and many agree that even historic register status would not fully protect these structures, but many still feel that the removal of these buildings would have a substantial negative impact and a permanent one. I don't feel that the developers have proved the contrary position. They have merely stated their disagreement. Finally, and most importantly, there have been many statements about whether those who are opposed to this demolition are anti-development, and many have said they are not. The developers have said that not allowing this development would doom any future development in Swarthmore. I'm not sure about that. I can imagine at least a couple of other locations where we would not be having the conversations we're having now. But I will guarantee that if you allow these demolitions, it will absolutely create a precedent for future demolitions that we will not all be so sanguine about, and which could irrevocably change the fabric and feel of the town we all love so much. I urge you to support the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Perkins.
Martha Perkins, 422 Park Avenue. One of the many letters we received by preservation organizations was sent by Preservation Pennsylvania. I will not read the entire letter, as I know you've all had the opportunity to do so already. Is that true?
I don't remember that.
You don't?
When was that sent? Was it a long time, like at the beginning of this?
I can go grab it. I didn't think I'd be able to read it, so I left it in my seat.
I just am asking.
Let me,
go ahead, finish what else.
I'll read what I'm going to say, and then maybe I'll have time left over to grab it. I will not read the entire letter to you, as I thought you had the opportunity to do so already. But I would like to say I agree with them when they say the loss of any building within a district has the potential to change the character of it. Pennsylvania's most important resources are its many small-scale historic towns that dot the state. Like Swarthmore, the most intact historic communities are those that value the size and scale of the buildings within it. Pennsylvania's historic boroughs and towns are generally walkable, and the small-scale 2 to 3 story buildings are what make these places special. I agree with them when they state that the proposed massive 5-story building will loom over the smaller-scale historic buildings, possibly creating such a dramatic change in the district that it will no longer be eligible for the National Register. I agree with Preservation Pennsylvania Executive Director Mindy Crawford when she says she strongly urges Borough Council to deny the proposed new construction as the Planning Commission or Advisory Board has recommended, and to seek ways to maintain and preserve the 2 historic buildings that are currently proposed for demolition. Thank you. And I'll get that letter for you.
What's the date of the letter? Do you have that written down there? It may have been one that we received a long time ago. We will double check too.
Yeah, you may have.
Bill will let you know if we don't have that letter. I thought you were going to say we got a letter from Haverford Township today, preservation, so I thought that's what we were going to.
No, it wasn't today.
Okay, all right, thank you.
As a point of order, I handed up that letter during our presentation.
You did?
These letters are submitted to the planning commission, it should be part of the record.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. If everybody couldn't hear that, Rex said it was part of the planning commission record. And it's in what you just gave us tonight. But it was sent to Ms. Billings on January 5th of 2022. So we do have that, and we will look at that again.
No, actually, it's a letter dated December 14th of 2021.
Okay, so Preservation Pennsylvania, not Preservation Alliance, but you want us to look at both, correct?
Well, I believe that's what you're referring to.
You've got both of them here. Okay, thank you. Melanie Rothbard. Are they collated? All right, can we just take it for later then, when you get a chance? Yeah, just we can pass it down.
Sure. I am Melanie Rothbard, resident at 544 Westminster Avenue, and small business owner J&M Preservation Studio, an architecture engineering firm based in Swarthmore. I am a professional engineer licensed in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and my career has focused on the structural stabilization of existing and historic buildings. I have worked at Eastern State Penitentiary for over 15 years, a site that has successfully converted a prison in the center of the Fairmount Section neighborhood of Philadelphia into a museum that maintains the highest standards of historic preservation and design. Eastern State has firmly established their reputation as a significant destination for tourists, and the rehabilitation of this site has led to increased property values and commercial activity in the neighborhood for which I lived for 12 years. Through this lens, the proposed 110 Park Avenue project lacks the creativity and vision required to serve the dual purpose of preserving our historic buildings while revitalizing town center. It is far easier and much more profitable for a contractor such as W.S. Cumbie to raise the site, bulldoze every single tree, and maximize the number of new condo units than it is to adaptively reuse a building. Why couldn't the developer consider reusing the existing buildings? Not because it was technically infeasible, but because it was too challenging and therefore not profitable enough. To say that demolishing the historic buildings on the site is the only way, or even the best way for this site to be successful, is categorically false. The proposed project will forever change Swarthmore because demolition is irreversible. I'm here tonight to join my community to advocate for our downtown. It was Carl Elefante, the past president of the American Institute of Architects, who first coined the phrase, "The greenest building is the one already built." According to a study prepared by Place Economics, a private sector firm with over 30 years experience in the analysis of economic impacts of historic preservation, the amount of waste that goes into landfills when demolishing buildings is an important factor when evaluating environmental responsibility. To put these environmental costs in context, the demolition of one modestly sized house in the historic district in Raleigh, North Carolina, generates 62 tons of waste for the landfill. That's as much waste as one person would generate in 79 years. When the energy cost of raising and hauling to the landfill are added to the embodied energy already within the existing building, the demolition of a modest-sized historic home in Raleigh is equivalent to throwing away over 15,000 gallons of gasoline. The developers proposing to demolish 4 buildings on these sites. That's over 50,000 gallons. From a historic standpoint, the buildings are included in the Historic Resources Survey, which notes the most significant sites in Swarthmore and not some old building list. It is heartbreaking for me to hear Susanna Morikawa's portrayal of the 9 authors from the Delaware County Planning Department when she discounted their methodology and conclusions last week. The buildings do not need to be a National Historic Landmark to be considered historic. There are many levels of historic status, federal, state, and local, for instance. This is not Independence Hall or the Betsy Ross House. Yet these are the buildings that define our town center. They tell our story, and they hold collections of our memories. In fact, the Celia Building and 110 Park Ave were listed as contributing to the Swarthmore Historic District, which was determined to be eligible for the National Register of Historic Places in 2002. To deny these buildings of the historic status flies in the face of the Pennsylvania Historic Preservation Office. I admire Susanna for contributing her efforts to the survey, but she fails to connect that the zoning code was revised in 2013 to protect these buildings from demolition and that they contribute to our eligible historic district. I believe the demolition of these buildings will have a substantial negative effect on the character of the town center. Those who attend the farmers market, the most recent food truck event, or the countless community events held in town center know that these buildings are in the heart of our town. They are not on the periphery. Their histories matter and these places matter because we, the residents of Swarthmore, matter.
Thank you, Ms. Rothbard.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I'm having trouble with the handwriting. Is there a Mr. or Ms. Rosen here? Mr., I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Robin Schaufler, 21 Oberlin Avenue, Swarthmore.
I didn't call, we're calling people.
I'm sorry?
Next Rosen is next.
Mr. Rosen. I thought I heard about it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think you're a few pages back. We'll get to you. And it's Alex, I'm sorry, Lex.
Yes, I'm Lex Rosen.
Thank you.
I live at 318 Yale Avenue. I'm going to be reading remarks originally delivered by Christopher Kenny on April 26th at the Special Planning Commission meeting. There are two... There are two provisions of the zoning code that I would like to speak to this evening. Neither concern the particulars of the proposed project, which is working its way through the approval process. My comments are focused on the two historic buildings, mature trees, and the landscape that the developer proposes to destroy, and the way in which the proposed development will deprive the community of the benefits that these structures offer. The buildings and landscape that would be lost if the site is scraped, as builders say, are thankfully protected by our zoning code. Section 1264.1 requires that, quote, the conditional use is not incompatible with the surrounding area and character, end quote. And section 1256.06 requires that, quote, demolition of the building will not have a substantial negative effect on the character of the town center, end quote. In considering the character of Swarthmore, please look to Susan Morikawa's helpful book, Swarthmore Borough, in the Images of America series. Some images from that book are reproduced on the handout that I have provided. You can see that the town center has a rich history of street edges and open space. A legacy of this is still visible if you look above the cornice line of the Paulson building. The fact that you can just see the peak of the old Paulson home enveloped by storefronts is a particularly sad example of what happens when development eats up public space. The fact that even that sad moment is dwarfed by the proposed vertical gated community makes it all the worse. At a planning and zoning committee meeting several weeks ago, a person in the room observed ruefully that, quote, the only public space in our downtown is a parking lot, end quote. How did this happen? We let it, and are facilitating the destruction of what little is left. 110 Park Avenue and the 25 or so mature trees on the site that would be scraped are, even if on private property, very much part of our public life and the character of our town. They are the last vestige of the historic character of the village and a welcome relief from building to the property line. The Celia Building is scaled to our town and, as you have heard and will hear, is a physical repository of our heritage, the struggles of our forebears, and our memories. The conditional use that is sought, the 65-foot-tall condo project, is the polar opposite in character of the building's landscape and places that it would destroy. This is the essence of section 1264.1, which requires that, quote, the conditional use is not incompatible with the surrounding area and character. As for the secondary statutory reference, 1256.06, the phrase buildings, landscapes, and places is the basis for the Park Service evaluation of historic districts for national listing, and it determined that the village meets the criteria for listing. 110 Park Avenue and the Celia Building are part of that whole, and the generous breathing space around them is the last vestige of our historic green community center. Once they are gone, the paved fishbowl will be complete. The statute is clear. It protects all historic buildings that, quote, contribute to the character of the town center, end quote. It does not single out the Sure Building or Michael's or the PNC Bank or any other property. By allowing this demolition to go forward, the Borough Council would set a precedent that will do no less than justify the bulldozing of our community and any of its historic properties by a developer with money and access to council. The loss of the Celia Building and 110 Park Avenue is not just an isolated tragedy. It is no less than the precedent that will allow the destruction of our community. There is no building like the proposed big box in the town centers of even larger neighboring communities. How can we allow this to happen to our community and to those who will come after us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Rosemary?
What do you need?
We need some more help with the air conditioning. The council members are freezing. I don't know what it's like, but is it hot out there? Is it warm? No, it's cold. But we do want to stay alert. Not frozen, but not stable. We need some air. That's correct. Shannon Elliott.
Hello, my name is Shannon Elliott. I reside at 523 Cedar Lane, and I'm a tenant at 102 Park Avenue. I've been enjoying life in Swarthmore since 2010. I became active in the town center in 2017 when I started volunteering for the farmers market and joined the town center board. In 2018, I became the owner of the gift shop and boutique Harvey Mercantile, also known as HOM. Harvey Mercantile has called the Celia Building at 102 Park Avenue home since 2014. The tagline for the shop is Shop, Create, Connect. This is because HOM is more than a store. It's an experience, it's a connection point. It is a home away from home for myself and my family. It is where you can see your own handmade work or the work of a friend on display for all to enjoy. It is where you can see your neighbor host a book launch or poetry reading. It is a place where the character of the town is on full display. It is not just because of the work inside. This is also because of the unique facade, the double storefront, which makes it a shopping destination, and its proximity to town events, including Augustine's Winter Wonderland, which is a holiday light display which has been hosted for years in the garden of the Celia Building and brings over 10,000 visitors to town each December. These last 5 years, I've especially enjoyed being part of a long history of businesses who made use of the classical revival Celia Building, which was built by Italian immigrants and local tradesmen from Chester in the 1920s. I am one of the many family-owned businesses to inhabit the space. It all started with Celia's Shoe Shop in 1941. A variety of businesses followed, including Cofer's Hair Salon, Shop on Park, Cricket's Way, Finley and Knitting Party, Blonde Sugar and Honey, and the Best of Delco Art Gallery, Gallery on Park. The location is a destination and often the center of town activity with the farmers market, food truck events, Thursday Night Live, and 4th of July festivities all happening right outside our doors. In addition to having beautiful windows and ample space for product, I was able to accommodate countless strollers and our wheelchair-using guests thanks to a suggestion of local architect Samina Iqbal to add a ramp at my side door to allow for accessible entrance. This space deserves to be preserved. These are not just old buildings, they are communities, they are people's homes. They are part of our identity. The experiences had at the Celia Building bring vibrancy, character, and historic value to our town. Thanks to the dedication of business owners, property owners, and various volunteer groups, Swarthmore Town Center is well on its way to being an exciting place to live, shop, and play. I have heard the stories about how in 2013 the town center was in dire need of help, but that is not the town I see today. I see renovations of mobile businesses and properties and activations of existing spaces happening all around us. I see many businesses receiving accolades and best-in-class honors, and I see all of this while still managing through a pandemic. Now, I do see an opportunity for even more growth. I've been an advocate for change in our town. I love the roundabout, and I had a fantastic 40th birthday at the inn. I also respect the need for increased housing density in town center, but I know we deserve a plan that is more compatible than what we have been presented to date. You need to assure that any development in our town center complies with our code and complements our character. New development must add to the public good. I believe it is okay to slow down. Demolition is irreversible. This is a big deal, and careful consideration is a good thing. We cannot allow the idea that if you do not approve this proposal, that no opportunities will come. This is not Swarthmore 2013. So I encourage the retention of town center streetscape by preserving the existing buildings of historic significance to the greatest extent possible. I promote the reuse of existing structures and the construction of new structures in a manner that maintains visual character and architectural scale of the town center. I support the Planning Commission and its recommendation to deny the conditional use application in order to preserve the character of our town center and preserve our historic resources. The demolition of the Celia Building in 110 Park will have a substantial negative effect on the character of the town center. The Planning Commission carefully considered the application, and based on their expertise, the Borough Council should follow their recommendation and vote no. The commission is appointed by you. Their job is to be the experts of our town zoning codes and ordinances. They do the work to help you make the best decisions for our community. The current commission is well balanced and well represented by architects, litigators, builders, and urban planners. Their recommendations are based on expertise and solid legal analysis. This is the reason why the precedent is that the Borough Council follows the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will leave you with something while you're deliberating. These are some images to share that personify vibrance in the town center.
Thank you. John Urban.
So my name is Joan Urban. I live at 20 South Princeton, and I've lived in Swarthmore since I was 3, for a total of about 50 years. First, I want to thank the Borough Council for all of your hard work on behalf of the town, Swarthmore, and our residents and the people in it. I also want to thank the developers for working hard on their proposal and for their work on behalf of the town. In addition, I want to thank the many good people, the well-intentioned people, the hard-working people, people who work for the public good, tirelessly, often without remuneration, in this room and in the town. There are a heck of a lot of people here who are working a great deal for our benefit. I want to focus today on what may be our most unfavorite topic, the unfortunate and inconvenient reality that we are in a serious climate crisis. It's probably not what people are expecting to hear, but it might be thinking out of the box for some, but from my point of view, it's thinking, if the analogy works, from the center of the box that we are in. None of us asked for this situation, and none of us deserve it, but it is the deck of cards we have in our hands, like it or not. As we all know, an increase of 2 degrees centigrade in global temperature above pre-industrial levels has been said for many decades to be the upper limit of climate change the planet can undergo and still maintain the conditions that allow for human life and for the life of other species. The Paris Climate Accord adopted in 2015 identified 1.5 degrees centigrade as an additional threshold at which there is risk of many extreme weather outcomes over most of the world, including heat waves, droughts, water stress, etc., and all of which will result in significant costs around the globe and to us in Swarthmore, directly and indirectly, even just by the effect on the global economy. The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a report this spring which says that the world is set to reach the 1.5 degrees centigrade level within the next 2 decades, and only the most drastic cuts in carbon emissions from now on will help prevent an environmental disaster. Further, the report set 2 goals, one for 2025 and one for 2030, which we must reach in order to prevent temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade. First is that by 2025, to focus on that one, we have to we have to reach peak emissions by 2025, and already we're on a pretty steep rise in global emissions, so it's going to be really hard to bring that down by 2025. Then there are tipping points for climate change. These are points at which the damage to the environment cannot be repaired. We have in fact already gone beyond some tipping points, and we are close to reaching tipping points in some areas. This is damage that cannot be repaired. Co-chair of the IPIC working group that produced the report has concluded as follows: it's now or never. If we don't want to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade without immediate and deep emissions reductions across all sectors, immediate and deep emissions reductions across all sectors, we will not reach that goal. We will reach the target of 1.5. The climate change of 1.5 degrees centigrade will certainly affect our health, safety, and welfare, no doubt about it, and the character of the downtown, directly or indirectly. Getting to the current conduit proposal, there are a host of reports that indicate that demolition and construction account for a very large percentage of global emissions. An analysis by the World Economic Forum last July concluded that 38% of total global emissions is caused by construction alone. 38% by construction. One study found that it takes 10 to 80 years for a new building that is 30% more efficient than an average performing existing building to overcome, through its efficient operations, the negative climate change impacts related to the construction process. We all have the same response to this news. We say that the scientists must be wrong, they must exaggerate. It doesn't apply to me or my town. We're all good people. We mean well. We should get what we want. It is up to the government or the corporations. Nothing we do matters. That God will rescue us, scientific genius will rescue us, and we should enjoy life in the present. I hear scientists, because I go to some of these climate talks, and other speakers working very hard to present their information in a way that we all can hear and that we can use to make constructive action. They try hard not to get us into a panic, but they also let us know that we need to step up and that we can, in fact, still reverse the situation if we are willing to take big measures and make some changes.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to say I would like to think with all the talent here that Swarthmore could be a leader in response to climate change. And I think we can do it. I don't know if we will.
Thank you very much. Virginia Thompson.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Thompson for 30 Rutgers Avenue in Swarthmore. I'll be very brief. I encourage Borough Council to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial of the conditional use application. Loss of the 2 historic buildings would have a substantial negative effect on the character of the town center. Once these buildings are demolished, once the character of the town is negatively affected, it's gone forever. We cannot get it back. I'm not anti-change or anti-growth. Change and growth are absolutely necessary for our future in this town, which we all love. But this development is the wrong development at the wrong location. A scaled-back development that takes alternative design approaches into account and keeps the historic buildings could fit well into the town's character. I'll defer my comments on precedent that is set if we tear down these 2 buildings, as others have covered that very well. I also think that Borough Council needs to address the issues in the zoning code, to address the contradictions and the lack of clarity that have put us in a very uncomfortable position where we're debating terms that and contradictions and trying to make sense of it. I really think it's important to work on revising the zoning code right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Haldeman.
Hello, Don Haldeman, 417 Haverford Place. I always feel incredibly inadequate when I follow my neighbors, but let me try. I moved here from Upper Darby in 1998. I moved to Park Avenue. I've been here a long time, but not long enough to have my house named after me. When I moved here, I moved into the Dobson house on Park Avenue. I had no idea who the Dobsons were, and then I met Shirley at a barbecue. I was like, holy crap, I live in your house. That's what happens in this town. It's a little incestuous sometimes. I love this town. You've talked about the tree-lined streets. Of course, that requires me to say BP before Pico. Things are changing now. I love the varied and unique architecture. I love the town center, with the exception of Dunkin' Donuts. And obviously, I don't frequent the hairstyle places in town. It's just not my thing. I shop at Gallery on Park and at Hum. I have breakfast at occasionally yours, sometimes Vicky's. I have frequent dinners at the Village Vine. I do coffee at Hobbs. I have some beers at Ship Bottom. I'm in the co-op at least once or twice a day, and my record is 3. I've been to the co-op 3 times in one day, which is probably a testament to my poor memory. I volunteer at the farmer's market, and by the way, this Saturday I'm co-manager, so I expect to see everybody there. Everyone. I listen to music from an amazing group of musicians in this town. You can't spit without hitting somebody in this town who's really good with music. Fascinating. In short, this town feeds my soul. It feeds my soul. So what about this project feeds my soul? 0. There's nothing about this project that makes me remotely interested or happy. Not a thing. I worry about our limited diversity in Swarthmore, and this is going to have an impact on that and make us even less diverse. And make no mistake, we have another developer in town too, and I have this suspicion that that person's just biding their time and waiting to see how we handle this one before another large part of our town disappears. So that's really all I have. This idea that this project is being built to keep seniors like myself in town who want to downsize for $1 million? I mean, seriously? What planet do they live on? What planet are they from? $1 million? Oh my God, that's enough. I've had enough.
Thank you. Joe Kerr. Sure. Yeah, okay. If you had your comments written, when you're done, if you could share a copy of it with the court reporter, and then that makes it easier for her to type in some of the names that you may have mentioned. And Don, if you have yours in writing, do you have a copy of what you just said? If you could hand it up to the court reporter.
My name is Jill Kerr. I live at Amherst Avenue, 37 Amherst Avenue. I'd like to reiterate that I agree with the Delaware County Planning Commission, their communication dated January 20th, 2022, that this development will alter the overall historic nature and scale of the present town center. It is hoped that the developer will work with the local officials to consider design that will be more in keeping with the present overall character, scale, and character-defining features of the district. I also agree with the Heritage Commission of Delaware County in their letter dated December 10th, 2021, that there is a concern that the proposed changes would adversely impact the overall character of the area, and that the Swarthmore Planning Commission should not allow the current development plans to be approved. While I'm a newer resident of only 15 years of this town, I consider this my home, and I'm not against change. I'm against this change. The scale and location are not appropriate to maintain the character of the town for the next generation of Swarthmoreans. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Ewing.
Thank you. Until recently, I had not thought necessary to publicly state my support for the proposed addition of the structure at 110 Park Avenue and the addition to the Swarthmore landscape. When all zoning requirements were met and revisions were made to the overall design to make it more attractive, I assumed that things would go forward. I understand that the proposed building would change the look of Swarthmore. I understand that the two structures that need to be turned down have nostalgic appeal, if not historic value. I have also lived in Swarthmore long enough to see major changes to the downtown. The inn, the new co-op where one can even buy beer and wine, the roundabout, new eating establishments, and a microbrewery and beer garden, to name a few. Many of these changes were met with opposition from members of the community. A long time ago, I shopped at Michael's Pharmacy and was very sorry to see it close. I then saw that building empty for about 2 years before, fortunately, Dunkin' Donuts took over. There were many elements in Swarthmore who seemed to prefer an empty space there to a successful franchise. My husband's grandparents, who lived on Columbia Avenue, were regulars at the Inglenook, and we mourned its passing. But we all survived. I have no personal stake in the decision regarding 110 Park Avenue. My husband and I do not plan to live there. However, we have friends who are interested. And I also see the possibility that these condos would be attractive to younger people, or people who find the necessity of living on a one-story kind of living arrangement, either with or without children, who want a carefree home and a car-free life near public transportation in a good school district. I trust the developers to do a good job, and we have some hard evidence to see that they will. I hope Borough Council will do its job and approve the next steps necessary to move forward with this project. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Sharon Ewing, 507 Cedar Lane.
Thank you. Are you willing to give that to the board report?
It's all marked up.
Okay, you don't have to. No, thank you. John Common? He did? Okay. Duk-Yeon Kim?
Hello, my name is Dr. Kim. I live at 500 Yale Avenue. I never attended a Borough Council meeting, but this time I felt I had to attend to express my support for the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the conditional use application and the demolition of the two historic buildings. My wife and I have 3 kids, and we moved from Dallas, Texas to Swarthmore 6 years ago. Like many of you, we also looked at a few different areas with great school districts: Marion, Redno, Albert, Wallingford, and Media. Luckily, we were able to rent a townhouse in Swarthmore and live there to explore and learn more about it for our first year. We fell in love with this little town. The downtown is small and needed some changes, but it has its own characters, and we loved walking to the library, farmers market, co-op, and restaurants with our kids. I have two main reasons to support the Planning Commission's recommendation. First, I want to have Swarthmore keep its history and characters. As I mentioned, we moved from Dallas. In Dallas suburb areas like Plano, Frisco, Flower, Coppell, and other areas, most of the buildings you see are like the one proposed here. They're huge and show no character, and they all the same. You don't feel you are in a different town when you visit those places. They all have the same shops and chain restaurants. Is this what we want? We have these two historic buildings in our town. Why do we need to demolish those two buildings with so much historic values, characters, and uniqueness to build a huge generic building that you can see from many other places? Why don't we leave it to those cowboy fans? I think we can do better. Second, I'm all for changes, but when a change is irreversible and you can see lots of issues, we should be cautious. I've been very happy with where this town has been going. Lots of positive changes happened in recent years. But this proposal by the developers is not the change we need. We now know it will be a 65 feet tall luxury condo, but it is still hard to visualize how big it will be. I haven't seen any serious research that shows potential impacts on traffic, safety, noise level, and quality of life that demolition and construction will bring. Do you know how many houses there are from the library and the ballet theater on Park Avenue, both sides to Yale Avenue? There are 30 houses. I know some of those houses are big, but we can safely assume that we will have same or more mothers living in the proposed condos. Think about moving them to the condo for a moment. There are like 70 cars on those houses on Park Avenue coming in and out from 30 different driveways. Think about those 70 cars coming in and out of one entrance and exit at the center of the town where many families and children walk and bike. We don't know what kind of impacts it will have. I'm not even going into the demolition and construction of the building, which will have significantly negative impacts on all those things. Once those buildings are demolished and a gigantic condo is built, we cannot go back. When we realize there are so many issues, what are you going to do? Oops, it's too late. This is a time we need to act to preserve the town for more good changes. Again, I'm all for changes, but this is not the change I want or the town needs. I support for the Planning Commissioner's recommendation to deny the conditional use application and the demolition of the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Are you willing to give that to the court for us? Okay. Thank you very much. Christopher Kenny is next on the list. Is he still here? Someone else read an earlier statement of yours. Are you reading the same statement? Okay.
First of all, thank you. I look around the table and I see you guys actively reading the things that are given to you and making eye contact and staying awake to a slog, so it's appreciated. I'm actually going to shorten up my remarks because I didn't realize the letter thing. So some of these comments were sent to you in a prior letter, but I've added new and exciting material. So I'm going to, you may hear a few sentences you've heard before, but a good deal of it will be new. An alternate conceptual sketch plan and massive models for 110 Park Ave, seen in your handout, were shared by SOS with the development team in the hope of starting a discussion about modifying the project such that the Planning Commission's recommendation against demolition of historic assets is respected. It is just that, a conceptual sketch idea that invites thinking about the site in a way other than simply scraping and building. It is a point of departure for thoughtful discussion and study. The impetus for the plan was Commissioner Nancy Templeton's observation that the project needed more time on the drawing board to get to a point where it, quote, to get to a point where it aligns with the intent of the zoning code regarding historic assets and the value of those assets to the character of the town center. The plan also addresses some of the many concerns that have been voiced by borough residents. And I'm not inviting discussion or evaluation of the plan. It's shown to be solely to communicate that there's another way to think about the site. This might be a solution. This plan preserves the architecturally significant pieces of the historic properties and landscapes at the Celia Building and 110 Park Ave and addresses conditional use issues thereby. It adds retail space, it maintains at least several rental apartments, it adds potential contiguous outdoor dining beneath a tree canopy. It protects our children's safety and does not require noisy signalization or a potentially dangerous single-width automobile entrance for two-way traffic. It works with existing curb cuts. It permits fire access without the need to bury Pico power lines. It preserves some open space and a large and beautiful tree. It's more compatible with the surrounding area in character and type. And it offers condo residents a more gracious front door. Above all else, the scheme creates a space that building residents and retail restaurant customers alike will use and enjoy. Comparing the Ship Bottom Brewery patio to the on-street eating at Village Vine illustrates well what the terrace in front of the historic buildings could offer to condo residents and to the borough. It was observed by the development team that the architecture of Swarthmore is eclectic. Eclectic streetscapes are varied, not walls of masonry and glass. Let's not lose one of the only two open commercial spaces at a street edge in the town center, or set a precedent that permits destruction of other historic assets, such as Michael's, the Shire Building, the PNC Bank, etc. Scraping a site and building to 100% lot coverage is the cheapest, most environmentally damaging, and least thoughtful way to build. It's happening everywhere. Swarthmore and our civic life are not that cheap. Thank you.
Thank you. Olin Otteson.
Thank you very much. My name is Olin Madison, and I reside at 203 Park Avenue. Very briefly, I went to school here, kindergarten through senior high school. I had the privilege of being able to come back and buy that house at 203 Park Avenue in 2013. I absolutely love this town. I truly love this town. The town of sidewalks, the town of beauty, and wonderful, educated people. The bottom line is, those beautiful, inoffensive, and easily fitting historic buildings across the street will be torn down. The trees and all the green space in front of it, between and behind the buildings will be lost. And an expansive 5-story premium price box of condos will be stuck there, along with a deep excavation for parking and urban structure far more intrusive than all those around it, forever changing the long cherished core of one of the truly finest villages in this nation. I have traveled in all 50 states, I've been around the world, I've come back to Swarthmore. It is tranquility in its essence. It is a magnificent place. And just to continue, I mean, we all know the motivation. The motivations are typical. The chance to make money by a small few, backed by a single purpose. In fact, the purpose wants of a couple of factions. The desires are legitimate. But it is a classic case of ignoring the heart of the community for the sake of an appendage. And killing the very thing, killing the very thing that you love to get what you want. Welcome to mini media, the new Swarthmore, and unfortunately, goodbye to the ageless excellence of Tree City, USA. This is a magnificent community. We don't need cookie cutter, I won't say the word. Why the urgency and the scale, the economics of this project required to be big, say the developers. Translation, classic greed, inflated by supposed vision, justified by the bullet point excerpts of community goals and concerns clothed in righteous, what I'll put this very sincerely, righteous greenwashing
Mr. Otts.
presented via the marketer craft eye candy rendering. Those lovely, beautiful renderings, we all saw them. Aren't they pretty? I simply say, for God's sake, just say no. Please, just say no. Whether you, the decision makers, and I respect all of you, ever see it, you will be long remembered by a very great many as devastators, as servants of the dollar, as the artless tools of grasping greed. Think, please think. Step outside and feel this town. Know that decades of maturation have yielded a true marvel of human coexistence that deserves care and perhaps gentle pruning, but that will be heavily damaged by this bomb of a plan. I implore you, stop it now. We don't need it. It's going to be an offense to the landscape. And if you ever stand up there with that beautiful clock by the trains and you look down, what are we going to see, a 65-foot wall? It's not right for this town. Buy some land along the railroad tracks and put it over there, but not in the heart and the core of our community. We have to preserve this. There's plenty of places out there where we're happy to have this conduct. This is Swarthmore, one of the most unique places on this planet. And we have to cherish it, we have to preserve it. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Get a little pat in there, but I think it's wrong.
Mark Cooperberg.
I'll try it. Mark Cooperberg, 147 Park Avenue. So in ancient times, I was a member of Borough Council, and for 12 years after that, I was a member of the Wallingford Swarthmore School Board. Since then, I have never, ever appeared before either body in my role as a private person. And the reason for that is the view I took and take is that you basically have a volunteer job for which you don't get enough thanks. And the last thing you need is having a retired member come back and tell you what to do. I mention this because to indicate the seriousness with which I take the matter that's before you today. So when I was an elected representative, I viewed the job as having 4 mandates. 1, follow the law. 2, make decisions that benefit your constituents on issues where your constituents probably have not thought much about the issue. 3, follow the views of your constituents on issues where your constituents have thought a lot about the issue. And 4, very rarely, disregard the views of your constituents if there is a really important moral principle. Because you're not simply a mechanical voting machine. You do occasionally need to exercise your judgment, even if it's contrary to the views of your constituents. So how does that relate to the current situation? 1, the law is debatable. My in-house lawyer who we heard from tells me that the law is much more on the side of, say, Swarthmore than it is on the developers, but I'll say, for the purposes of tonight, that it's debatable. But what's not debatable is the views of your constituents. 900 people signed the petition opposing the project. So what possible moral principle could you hold on to that would cause you to reject the views of your constituents and reject the vote of your own planning commission? Finally, a lot of people, myself included, would like to see some kind of compromise. The problem is the ordinances as they're written right now do not facilitate compromise. Depending on your interpretation, they either prohibit the tearing down of buildings that maybe should be torn down, some of them, or they allow the construction of a mammoth condominium that's completely out of character with the town center and should not be constructed. And so, for both parties, because the law is ambiguous, there's the possibility of a clean victory and a complete victory, which deters them from compromising. So what's my advice? So instead of seeing yourselves as a quasi-judicial body trying to adjudicate claims between two competing parties, to return to what you usually are, which is a legislative body, and rewrite the ordinances so that it's clear as to what buildings can be torn down, and it's also clear what size buildings can be built in place of them. And finally, the last thing I'll say, since the dawn hasn't sounded, as an economist, I urge you to be very leery of the view that a building of this size is required to be economically viable. There's a big, big difference between profit maximization and profitable. I have no doubt that the developers have designed a profit-maximizing building. But that doesn't mean a building of smaller scale would not be profitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you changing the seat or something? Oh. Okay. Audio visual man. Give me 1 second. Okay, excuse me. While the court reporter is changing the battery, we are going to take a bathroom break. And I ask that everybody think about that, because there's probably one bathroom. But anyway, we're going to take maybe a 5-minute break. Okay? Thank you.
I know we said 10 o'clock. We have, I believe, 23 people left on the list, maybe it's 22. How many have you done so far now?
31 out of 50 is the last count.
So, it's, yes. Okay, that's over. So, we're going to try to just power through if we can. We'll sort of check in with everybody again when it gets to be 5 minutes of 10. My fear is that we may have people who signed up for public comment tonight who can't make it back tomorrow night. We have tomorrow night reserved. We would just pick back up for public comment. I don't know what the council preference is, but I sort of, rather than debate the council preference, I'd rather just kind of keep doing the public comment to get as many in as we can. Are people okay with that? Yeah? Okay, thank you. All right, Sam Siddiqui.
Hi, my name is Sam Siddiqui. I live at 235 Park Avenue. I've lived there for the last 2 years, but I also grew up at 343 Park Avenue. I went to kindergarten through 12th grade at local public schools. Again, I love Swarthmore. It's a great town. I've been to probably 70 different countries before coming back and knowing this is the best spot. In addition to my experience as a long-time Swarthmore resident, I'm also a real estate professional. I worked as a chief executive officer of 2 publicly listed real estate companies, and I worked on projects across more than 15 different countries. I also understand the local market and own 3 apartment buildings in Delaware County. My main message to the council is that the power is with you. You should not feel threatened about any potential legal liabilities from the developer. The 8 code violations are enough for you to easily reject. You should be very relaxed about it. At the same time, I do not argue for the project to be canceled. You have the power to waive some violations, and in exchange, get accommodations from the developer that benefit the town. In the work I have done across the 15 different countries as a developer, we always have a deep respect for the local municipality. Before moving forward with the design, we first put forward a master plan for early comment. We budget a healthy design contingency. We expect the municipality to ask us to make changes. We may negotiate a little bit, but we will make a lot of the changes. We will accommodate them. It's not useful as a developer to sue your local municipality. The developers I know locally also understand that you work with the municipality and budget for required changes. I don't see any judge finding against the borough in favor of the developer considering the violations that have been put forward in the historic nature of the town center. But again, I am in favor of development. Density to allow for aging in place is great. Density on the R3, really important public transport, is good. It fights against suburban sprawl. As a town, it's our responsibility to get comfortable with density because global warming is real. We've heard global warming is real. But let me give some more background on the economics of it. An economist spoke before. When I bought land in other jurisdictions, I mentioned this at an earlier meeting, I've actually paid for the buildable area. When you allow these higher buildings, we are creating a lot of value for landowners and developers. That's fine, it's okay for developers to make money. But some of that value could potentially pay for adaptive reuse. Before you waive the violations and allow the developer to proceed, ask the developer to show some flexibility and use some of the value he's been given by being allowed to build high to meet some community needs. Potentially they could keep or repurpose one of the facades. Maybe we could keep that Celia Building facade. Maybe you could have a greater setback above that second floor. If it's 5 floors straight up, I think they already created a certain setback, but could they work a little bit more on that setback? Right, so density, what's the real problem with density? Is that big wall? How have other communities done it? Maybe we could find a way to put the parking garage into the back, right? There's a lot of creativity we could look at. Or you could decide, as a council, that you don't care about how the town looks, but you could still seek some contribution from the developer to the town in exchange for giving up these rights. I think the Planning Commission's recommendation is correct and should be backed by the council. But that is only a jumping off point for finding a way to work with the developer to make design adjustments. If this developer doesn't show that flexibility, rest assured that at current land values, other developers will be happy to enter the community and show creativity. I want to reiterate, the power is with you. No judge will find against you if you reject the demolition approval. But I fully support finding a compromise that keeps the most important historical elements while allowing useful densification and allowing the landowner to make a reasonable return. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you willing to give your, no? Okay, thank you. Yep. Nicholas Gunther.
Good evening, Borough Council. My name is Nicholas Gunther, and I live at 305 Dartmouth Ave with my wife, Ayla Anderson, who could not make it to tonight's meeting. Last year, we moved into a Swarthmore home built in 1913, after living in Philly apartments for 10 years. When my wife and I closed on our home on Dartmouth Ave, we felt like we had won the lottery. We found a charming home that we love, in a historic town with abundant green space, and in a community that shares our values. As As an engineering nurse, we were very nearly priced out of Swarthmore. We would love for more young middle-class families like ours to have a similar opportunity, and we feel that Swarthmore can take steps towards this. The proposed project, including the demolition of the existing buildings as well as the development that would replace them, are counter to the environment and social character that attracted us to Swarthmore. We support the Planning Commission's decision to recommend against demolition of the Celia Building. We agree with the developers that increased housing density in the town center would be a positive change. And we agree that buildings shouldn't be protected simply because they are old. But the Celia Building is special and it's worthy of protection. Of the many diverse buildings on Park Ave in town center, the Celia Building is one of the most attractive and iconic facades. The brickwork, window displays, and entryway add unique and architectural charm to the streetscape not found in other buildings. It is visible from every angle around the library, and it is a prominent backdrop during town events. We see it on a daily basis walking from Dartmouth Ave through town center. Demolishing this historic facade and replacing it with the proposed 5-story condo development would produce a significant negative impact on the architecture of town center. If Borough Council chooses to oppose the Planning Commission's recommendation, we know that next steps will lead to drastic change to our town center. This project will set a precedent that will have a cascading effect for decades to come. If the Celia Building is not protected, what standing will we have to protect other cherished buildings such as Micah's Corner? What will happen next when an important decision that the Planning Commission has led their view on, what will happen next when that comes in front of Borough Council? We hope the Borough Council considers the long-term effect of greenlighting a development of this size, scale, and exclusivity in its town center. This building will encourage future development of equally massive scale. This building will greatly increase vehicle traffic and congestion in the area. This building will reduce affordable housing by eliminating existing apartments in favor of luxury condos. And this building will require the demolition of valuable, unique structures in order to make way for new construction overtly opposed by the public. In all of these ways, the proposed project will erode the character of Swarthmore's town center. We are in favor of revitalization and want Swarthmore to grow and thrive. But development that does occur should be in scale with historic structures that make Swarthmore special. A 5-story condo building spanning 2 lots is objectively not comparable to the existing streetscape. It will literally cast a shadow on town center. In closing, we reiterate the message that over 900 people have signed onto to share loud and clear, that we oppose demolishing the Celia Building and are against the proposed 5-story condo development that will undoubtedly change the town center of Swarthmore for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you willing to give your statement?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. I'm sorry I can't make out the handwriting. Danielle, is it Callahan? She left. Okay. Thank you. Brooke Porch.
Thank you for your service. I'm Brooke Porch, 111 Columbia Avenue, 44 years of Swarthmorean, 2 addresses. Before I retired, I was the Director of Special Education for Upper Darby School District. In that capacity, I addressed a host of issues involving students with disabilities. None of these issues were more daunting than issues affecting accessibility. One of the reasons that accessibility is so challenging is because it is so fundamental, so basic. If you can't get into a building or cannot use a bathroom once you've entered a building, you have been denied access. The other reason that accessibility is challenging is because the architecture of many buildings present very real problems, sometimes insurmountable problems regarding access. Such is the case with the buildings under discussion tonight. According to the U.S. Department of Labor, 1 in 7 Americans has a mobility issue. Yes, 1 in 7. And the percentage is higher, much higher, for older Americans. As a resident of Swarthmore, as an older American, I support demolition of the 4 existing buildings at 102 and 110 Park Avenue. I also support building the proposed 110 Park because it will offer 30 or 36 accessible condominium units, as well as a significant increase in accessible retail space. Furthermore, the proposed 110 Park is in accord with all existing zoning regulations. Finally, the proposed 110 Park would increase foot traffic to businesses in the central business district. Much has been said tonight about the character of town center. Several individuals have testified that the character of town center would be compromised if the 4 buildings in question were to be demolished. I argue to the contrary. I argue that the character of town center is defined by its residents and by its traditions, not by its buildings. I argue that the character of town center can and will continue if this project is allowed to pursue, just as the character of town center continued when Borough Hall was redesigned, when the new co-op was built, when the inn was built, and when the roundabout was built. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline Delson.
Hi, my name is Madeline Delson. I live at 334 Dickinson Avenue, and this summer will be my 12th summer at that address. My father is John Delson, and my family has been in Swarthmore since 1953, when my grandparents bought 306 North Chester Road. And my children, I have 3 children at SRS, and they are 4th generation Swarthmoreans. One of the reasons I decided to return to Swarthmore to raise my family is because of the character of Swarthmore, which I think will actually be improved by the construction of the proposed 110 Park building. Like many of you, I have been a regular attendee of the many, many meetings over the last 8 months when the proposal has been discussed. I also attended the information session that Don and Bill held here the first week of April, during which an overview of the project was presented, including revisions that had been made in response to community feedback. And after their presentation, there was a pretty comprehensive question and answer session. I also attended the conditional use hearing last Thursday here, for which this is the public comment portion. And I would like to make just a couple of comments related to things that were established during that hearing. When the current zoning code was revised in 2013, there existed no empty parcels of land in the town center that would be available for development. And just like today, there are no empty parcels of land available for development. So the people who dedicated their time and effort to debating and writing the code anticipated demolition in town center. They were aware of the 2001 Historic Resources Survey, and they made a deliberate decision to not include any of the information contained within that survey. They could have added language to protect specific buildings, but they chose not to. Additionally, inclusion in the survey is effectively meaningless in this situation. Anyone could, and still can, submit a property as long as that property is 50 years old. The survey is just a record, it offers no protection. My proximity to the development team has allowed me to watch as they have engaged in this process, soliciting feedback from the community, and in response to that feedback, making changes to not just the facade, but also the layout and the location of things like the retail spaces, the driveway, and their decision to set the upper floor back by an additional 20 feet for a total of 30 foot setback. They did that to accommodate concerns about the perspective of the building from people who would be standing on the sidewalk. Falsehoods, too many to mention, have been running wild throughout this process, and it appears that tonight is no exception. Contrary to what others have mentioned tonight, the developers did not define the boundaries of the town center, nor are they motivated by greed. This project intends to improve the alley, and the light display does not qualify as public green space. Additionally, many of the changes that have been mentioned tonight as positively contributing to the usability and enjoyment of our town center are relatively new and were championed by Don and Bill, like the amphitheater by Borough Hall and the clock tower at the train station. These improvements can be attributed to the revitalization plan. Many neighbors have formally and informally indicated their excitement about the quality of this project. In fact, there is outsized demand for this housing option and the retail spaces. The construction of 110 Park is valuable and necessary and is exactly what Borough Council envisioned in 2013. The proposal is fully zone compliant. It will allow people to live in our wonderfully inclusive and engaged borough without the maintenance and unnecessary space of single-family homes, as well as enhancing retail offerings. The first thing in 1256 in the code describes the intent of the zoning code, which is to encourage economic viability and to enhance residential options in the town center. This is a referendum on having a positive long-term effect on the quality of the downtown. Borough Council had the foresight to anticipate the evolving needs of our community. I hope you will view this for what it is, which is an investment in our future, allowing Swarthmore to continue to attract new families and retain families. Thank you for your consideration and for your commitment to Swarthmore.
Thank you. You want to give your cards to the clerk of court? Thank you. Brent Sackett.
Good evening, and thank you for offering COVID protection this evening. Very appreciated. Just have a few things to say. I'm Brent Sackett. We live at 120 Park Avenue. We are the single closest home to the town center. Actually, it used to be the Inglewood. And we are rather new to Swarthmore, but chose to move here specifically because of the character. We've lived in a place in a couple other states. It was very much like this, and we very much drove through and almost automatically knew this is a place we needed to live. We're not against development of the town center. We are against the demolishing of historic buildings that add to the character of Swarthmore, buildings that offer green space that we walk by every single day. Our biggest concerns are the precedent that will likely end up resulting in another high-rise sitting right next to our home if they choose to tear down and buy the apartment building and the ballet studio. That kind of precedent we can't have, because you will no longer have a Swarthmore. You'll just have another parts of Philadelphia with high-rises going up around the block. The other thing that I would have to add is we seem to lack responsible zoning laws. Having lived in multiple other states that had very restrictive laws that would constrain buildings to within the context of the surrounding buildings, we would probably not be having these discussions this evening. Lastly, I would like to remind you that you represent us, the constituents of Swarthmore, not these builders who are in this to make money. That's why they build things. We would ask that you follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission and deny the conditional use application. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Seidman.
Good evening, Ann Seidman, 5 Ogden Avenue. I had the opportunity to talk to you at the Planning Commission meeting and submitted a letter. So in the interest of time, so that others who have not yet had a chance to speak, just want you to know I'm still in support of the project, and it will go forward, and I will now sit down and let somebody else speak.
Well, if somebody else is Larry Seidman.
Yeah. I'm not usually laughing.
Yeah, this is not something that was happened. Yes, I'm Larry Seidman, Ann Seidman's husband, and we moved to Swarthmore in 1979. Two quick points and then a point that hasn't been, I think, made enough of. The first is, it is impressive that 800 or 900 signatures have been obtained by those opposing the project. But there are about 4,000 votes for President of the United States within Swarthmore. It is not a valid inference to say that if you had a real vote for or against the project, maybe even undecided in the middle, we don't know what would come out on this. I'm very surprised at some people who know better to say that this 800, 900 is telling you what the majority of people in the community really would want. That's my first point. The second point is, and most people have not opposing the project said this, but there have been some comments about the Delsons and the Delson family and the Cumbie family that I just can't let go by. I've lived here a long time. They have been outstanding citizens, giving tremendous service to this community. I can say this, I haven't done that. My wife has done a lot of service. Don on Borough Council, on the school board, publisher of the Swarthmorean. For people to simply say, as somebody just did, they're doing it as just for profit. Do you want to look them in the eye and say to that? Is that character that I keep hearing so much about? Is that the way you treat people? Okay? And the same with Bill Cumbie and the Cumbie family. His wife, his son, we used to call Billy Cumbie. They live across the street. So, if character is something important, not just in buildings, but in people, you don't treat people that way and offhanded that they're out for their own greed without knowing what they've done for this town. And people who've lived here a long time really appreciate what they've done. Now, there's a life cycle. People move to Swarthmore when they're young, they have children. The children grow up, they move away, but they still want to stay in Swarthmore. If they're lucky, the children move back at least to the region, if not to Swarthmore. There are grandkids, and that's another reason you want to stay in Swarthmore. You've loved the place all your life. Now, what about those people? Because I'm one of them. Okay? The elderly group. Well, when you start thinking, I never thought about it at your age. When you're 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, you're not thinking about this. But when you get older, you might have to downsize. And then what do you need? Well, you may not be able to get up and down stairs. There are disabilities that will come in. Now, the town could say, well, that's just the way it goes. We're not going to provide enough for you, even if you've lived your whole life and love Swarthmore and would like to stay. But this is a project that is one part of the elderly population is really interested in. This project didn't come from nowhere. It came from people that said, how can we stay? And you figure it out. If you can walk to the co-op, if you can walk to the train station, if you can go up an elevator and not have to climb stairs, then maybe you can live out until you really are done with the last years of your life in this town and you've lived for 50 years. Now, I haven't heard people talk about those people. I'm one of them. But it's more than buildings, it's people. And when you get to the age that I am, you'll start to think about this if you love Swarthmore. There should be a affordable as well as higher priced places for elderly to live where they can walk and so forth. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth from Micah Bender.
Hi, I'm Beth from Micah Bender, and I live at 322 Park Avenue. And I felt compelled to read this letter to the editor that was recently published in the Swarthmore by Melanie Rothbard. The Celia Building, an architectural primer for those who may have not looked closely at one of Swarthmore's best detailed commercial historical buildings, located at 102 and 104 Park Avenue. 1. Style of architecture, classical revival, early 20th century. The classical revival style is characterized by symmetric.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second. So you're reading Ms. Rothbard's letter that went to the paper?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your public comment?
Yes.
Because I think we have this.
Are you sure you have it?
Yeah, then you read the whole letter and you're going to append it. It's like any other letter that we received a lot of letters today, so we're taking all of those and putting them.
Understood.
Okay, but if you'd like to say something in addition to the letter, you can.
I'm in full support of what, I'm not in support of demolishing the buildings.
Thank you. Do you want to? Yes,
Then
please
you-
give it to the board. Denise Scott.
Good evening. My name's Ginny Scott. I live at 525 Rutgers Avenue and have lived there for the past 32 years. So, I'm here tonight to strongly support the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the demolition permit. Demolishing the two buildings in question would have a very negative effect on the character of our town, especially when measured against the applicant's proposal. The existing buildings are in scale with the streetscape, and they complement the vibe of our town. I believe we will miss the lovely facade of the Celia Building, the pleasant green spaces between the two demolished buildings, the mature trees, and the wide lawn that now fronts 110 Park Avenue. What is a more iconic image of Swarthmore than the spectators to the 4th of July parade sitting on the garden wall of 110 Park Avenue, the children playing on its lawn, and the chairs lining the wide sunny sidewalk? Moreover, will we even be able to have a 4th of July parade or any other event that previously was held on Park Avenue, given the fact that such an event will shut down access to the new building's parking garage? Whenever I drive down Baltimore Pike in Media, and I look up at the new 5-story West End flat complex, I find it hard to imagine how that type of massive building would not detrimentally affect the Park Avenue streetscape. The proposed building will tower over its neighbors, as well as tower over the new, not sunny sidewalk. And the volume of cars crossing that sidewalk in and out of the parking garage, along with the delivery vehicles blocking the street, will certainly damage, if not destroy, the laid-back and very livable town center we now have. Opponents to this project, as many have said already, are not opposed to redevelopment or change or mixed-use development. We are opposed to massive buildings that will overshadow and absolutely redefine the character of our town center. Park Avenue will no longer be eccentric, but instead it will be imposing, colder, more congested, and less safe. Initially, when I prepared this comment for last Thursday's meeting, I planned to end by asking if this plan in its current iteration is in fact the best that we can do for this very central and very important piece of town center real estate. I still want to raise that question, but I also want to pose that same question. Is this the best that we can do about this very hearing, or at least the hearing that occurred on Thursday, whose purpose is to create a full, factual, and legal basis for you, our representatives, to arrive at the right decision. From the start of the hearing last Thursday, it was clear that it was an ineffective way to get community input on the record. First, the determination of interested parties to exclude anyone who lives beyond the 1 block radius of the demolition site was far too restrictive and sort of sprung on the audience just as the hearing started. Clearly, the outpouring of community opposition voiced at many meetings these past months attests to the fact that real concern and interest extends well beyond the 1 block limit. But even more importantly, it was painfully evident that the individuals who did qualify as parties in interest were clearly unaware of how this hearing would proceed, and they were unprepared for the adversarial process that took place. I think we have to ask ourselves if adequate steps were taken to inform these private citizens who obviously expected to directly address council. 1 minute for your patience.
Actually, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
I'm wrapping up.
Thank you.
Okay. It was difficult to watch the interested parties struggle to figure out what to do in the moment, and to listen to them repeatedly apologize for not understanding how to do this. In the end, I am sure that they presented little of what they intended, and so the record for community opposition to this application is not what it could be. This certainly helps the applicants, but does it really help you, Borough Council, to make a fair and correct decision? I beg you, the Planning Commission's decision did take into consideration the considerable community opposition voiced against the proposal. I hope you will give deference to their recommendations, as well as give weight to the position of your many constituents who have spoken out against this proposal. They are counting on you to preserve the character of our town center. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give your remarks to the court reporter? Sure. Thank you. Scott Richardson. You bet. Okay. Donald Delson.
I'm Donald Delson. It's 621 Rochester Road. I've lived in this borough a long time, but not as long as my family. I married a woman who moved here, I think, in 1953, and with her parents. I'm not going to say I love Swarthmore again, because everybody says that. We all love Swarthmore. I'm just trying to figure out where to put this building. The code says we can build a building 65 feet tall and 5 stories, so that's what we've designed. And in response to community suggestions, we changed it very much from the first sketch plan, which we presented in October, to the plan you have tonight. We went through a complete redesign, and then in response to questions about scale, we set back the 5th floor so you can't see it from the sidewalk. And so it looks like a 4th-story building, but it's really, 4.5 stories. But we have no place to put it, because we can't put it where there's green space, because there isn't any, or if there is some, we shouldn't put it there because we'll lose trees and grass. And I'm a big believer in trees and grass, because I moved here because we were Tree City USA, and I was part of the tree committee and planted a lot of trees in this town, and I'm here because of trees and grass. We can't put it where there are buildings, because all of the buildings in the town center contribute to the historic nature of the town center, and if you demolish any of them, you're demolishing all of them. And if we do this, then the rest of the town will be demolished and it will all be high-rises. I don't believe any of that, but if you do believe all of that, then you really should just repeal this ordinance that allows for this building, because there literally is no place in the town center that doesn't have either buildings on the historic resource survey or some amount of trees and grass. And I don't, maybe that's what people want. They think this building's too big, and maybe it is too big. But it's what the ordinance describes, and that's why we built it. Now, Larry Simon had the best points, I thought, of the night, because he said there's a segment of the population here, and I'm also one of them, who is ready to leave the house on Norchester Road and move into town, and can't find a place in town that is single-story, quality building to live. I want to walk to everything, I want to enjoy everything, I want to watch the 4th of July parade, as I always have, with my children and my grandchildren, and I want to do it from a building in the town center. And that's why we designed this. We didn't design it for greed. I don't care if I make one dime on this project. I'd be happy to donate whatever profit I do make to a 501c3 that contributes to the quality of life in Swarthmore. But I would like to live in Swarthmore. I don't want to have to move when I sell my house. And I want to live downtown where I can walk to everything. And so that's my motive for being in this project. And I think, as Larry said, there is a need for this today. Those buildings we'd be removing, I don't want to say the Celia Building is unattractive. It's not unattractive. If we can find a way to include the front part of that building in our project, we will. 110 cannot be included because it's too far back and its offices anyway, and it's not in great shape. But 102 we could look at again, and we will look at it again. But we need this project for people like us who want to live here. We have over 40 families in Swarthmore who want to buy these condos, and we don't want to diminish the size because the ordinance is too expansive and describes a building that's too large. If council feels that way, ultimately they should look at changing that ordinance and describing a smaller project. But we use the existing ordinance, and we think we've designed a pretty good building for that spot. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Fritz Reed.
Good evening. My name is Fritz Reed. I live at 311 Dartmouth. I was, before moving to Swarthmore, formerly the chair of the York City Planning Commission and a member of the York County Planning Commission for a few years. And I'm afraid, like a lot of other people here tonight, too many of us, I'm an architect. I have practiced for over 45 years. Even before I came tonight, and as I sit here tonight and listen, I continue to be troubled by the nature of a lot of the conversation around the proposed development, by some of the assertions that are being made, and by many of the misunderstandings about where we find ourselves in the process. It's really, really hard not to be sympathetic to the passion of many of the speakers tonight. And in fact, I have to say that I agree with some of the points that have been made. But I also have to say that much of the comment tonight on both sides of the question is wide of the mark and misses the point. I feel I need to say that we need to focus on something that is harder and drier, perhaps, than the passion that you have heard tonight, and that is the narrow question, the not unimportant question, in fact, the very important question that faces you, of what the law is and how to apply it in this case. And I think specifically we all know that that is how to apply the zoning ordinance, the borough zoning ordinance, as it applies to the granting or denial of a conditional use permit for demolition of those buildings. And I'm afraid The difficulty facing you is compounded by the fact that the ordinance you have to apply here is in some ways a bit of a mess, despite the hard work and best intentions of the people who worked to write it. As I noted when I spoke before, is it that the ordinance is not simply open to multiple interpretations, it is fundamentally confounding. A lot has been said about its reliance on the Historic Resources Survey as the basis for establishing the need for review of historic significance. Some of us have said, and I include myself among those who say this, that reliance on that list makes the ordinance self-extinguishing. Many people have said that this is not so, that there is plenty of land in the zone not encumbered by listing. So I did a tally because I couldn't find one anywhere, but based on the Historic Resources Survey. And it appears by my tally that the borough owns 19% of the property in the zone. The college owns 7% of the property, 101, which is already developed as a tall building. 53% of the area of the zone is represented by listed properties. That leaves about 21% unencumbered, and nearly all of that is on either Myers or Rutgers. None of it is in the center of the town center. What that means is that the goals for dense development that are stated clearly in the ordinance cannot be satisfied if so little land is available for development without undergoing this tortuous process. The ordinance, unfortunately, can be read to encourage on the one hand, and then on the other hand to frustrate this sort of development. So I need to repeat what I said the last time when I spoke to you. The law is clear that when an ordinance can be read, can be interpreted to come to two very sensible, very different conclusions. That the property rights inherent in the ownership of that land and the obligation for clarity in the drafting of an ordinance together say that the benefit of the doubt, any benefit, must accrue to the property owner. Must. But the ordinance has another problem, one that I haven't heard remarked on, that in its structure, in its calling demolition a conditional use, it stretches the definition of use to such an extreme that it becomes strange and useless, and I know of no precedent for it. We heard tonight that actually the people who crafted the ordinance did it simply to give you the opportunity for extended review, an extended review that I think is actually inappropriate. Its effect is to have kicked the can down the road on the issue of historic value. And instead of a process founded in secure findings of historic importance, it has required the Planning Commission and this body to engage in an ad hoc review.
Excuse me, Mr. Reed, is the time up?
I'm sorry.
It didn't big, but yes. If you want, is it okay if we just take what you read and give it to the board reporter? Then we have it.
I'm sorry?
We'll take what you have, you can give it to the board reporter, and then we can see the rest.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you very much. Vivian Corbin. Can you give us 1 second, Ms. Corbin? Okay, can you, Ms. Corbin, before you get started, give me 1 second because I want to read this list and I'm going to see if these people are still present. Can you raise your hand or say you're here? Allison Master Pasqua. I'm just, give me 1 second. I'm asking to see if the other people on the list are still here. Can you give me a minute? Allison Master Pasqua? She just left. She left. Okay, so she was not. Roberta Riccio?
Present.
Okay, you're here. Robin Schaffler, you're still here? Okay. Susan Kelly is still here. Alice Turkaville. Okay. Billy Hodges. Okay. Aaron Bartow.
Here.
Katie McKim Street, oh, she did say that we could use her email that she had sent earlier, and she would take herself off the list that she needs. Did she do that? That's okay. Is no longer here. Lorraine Boudreau? Here. All right. Peter Brampton Coel? Al Federico? And Denise Disney. Okay, that's what we have. Yeah, I will be right with you. You're gonna go, you're getting your turn. I want to it's 10:20. What do the council members want to do? Is, hold on, you're gonna look down, all right, including Ms. Corbin. Come back tomorrow night and pick it up with the next person after Ms. Corbin and anybody else who shows up tomorrow night. Well, to be fair, I think we have to do that. Finish it up tonight? Yes, and if you can take less than 5 minutes, please do. What are you good with that? No? Okay. Anything else? No? All right. Ms. Corbin, thank you for your patience.
Hi, my name is Vivian Corbin. I'm at 438 Junction Place.
You can keep your mask on, just make sure you're talking to the microphone.
Yeah, but then my glasses.
I know, it's a problem. I have that problem too, but we were specifically asked by someone to keep our masks on and be careful. Thank you.
This town has been trying to revitalize its town center for a very long time. Last week, the developers of the proposed condos presented their case to demolish prominent buildings in the town center, notably the Celia Building and 110 Park, in order to construct a humongous, massive 5-story retirement home for very wealthy senior citizens. A building which far exceeds the size and scale of the adjacent buildings. I heard witnesses for the developers speak disparagingly of buildings they wish to demolish, like as dismissing them as no character, and the business they want to shut down, like Harvey Mercantile and Galleon Park, denigrated as underperforming, and as such worthy of destruction. But they are beloved businesses by many. Considering the supposedly lamentable state of Swarthmore's town center, and I'm saying that sarcastically, according to the developers, demolition tied to development will have absolutely no substantial impact on the town and its town center. They spoke of wanting to encourage economic viability and to make Swarthmore more vibrant. Really? How much economic viability will a retirement home with at most 70 extra residents bring to the town? Even with a couple businesses on the ground floor, they would only replace the 2 that the developers destroyed. This is not a worthy project for our town center.
Thank you very much. Roberta? I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your last name?
Richie.
Richie, thank you.
So I just want to double check one thing, because I am here to read a letter that perhaps you have already.
Okay.
It's from the Haverford Township Historical Society.
We got that this afternoon, so we do have it.
Okay.
And I thank the person who sent it, yes.
Okay, just want to say a few words on my own.
Sure.
I'm at 519 Rutgers Avenue, and I just want to encourage you to support the planning board's decision. I am in favor of development, but not at this size and scale for that location. And really, that's just like my main point. I also wanted to state that there are some architects that have come through and looked at the existing historic buildings there, and had devised some ways that would make it accessible. So, there are other options, I guess, that are here for those buildings. I really just feel like it will take away, if we allow the size of this building to be built, really take away our sense of place here. I know everyone's argued, we take a long time to make
over 20 years in discussions, but those things were used for everyone in our community. The inn is accessible to everyone. The roundabout, the co-op. I feel like this building and the size and scope of it will take away so much for all of us and really just allow a few of us to benefit from it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robin Shaw Clark.
I'm Robin Schaufler, 21 Oberlin Avenue. And I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an architect. I am a retired IT professional, and I've had close to 1.5 years of training on energy transition for the sake of our climate crisis. I served as a volunteer and an appointee for over 1 year, close to 1.5 years, looking at energy transition because I'm a citizen of this planet. So I have previously spoken to at planning commission meetings where I've cited codes and so forth, but I'm just here to speak from my heart. So I've got 2 points I want to make. The first one is that I favor increased density. It's a more sustainable path by fighting urban and suburban sprawl. And it's also helpful for the affordability task force, or the affordability question that is currently being addressed by that task force. I think that increased density has the potential to improve our diversity as a community. I just think there are some ways to increase density, and there are some ways to not increase density. And I think that destroying perfectly good buildings and sending them to landfill, there have been speakers ahead of me who spoke much more eloquently than I can about the fact that the greenest building is an existing building. So I plead for sustainability in the face of our planetary resource overshoot, which is leading to much more crisis than just the climate crisis. If you think the climate crisis is bad, we have other crises of sustainability going on that are just as bad. And so I think that it's important to look at the sustainability of the plans. The second point that I want to make, and in a way it's actually my bigger concern, is with seeing such a large development project go forward in the absence of an energy transition plan that our 2019 resolution was supposed to produce. So Joan Urban covered my next point much better than my notes here. I have plenty of notes at home that exactly coincide with everything she said about how scientists are now telling us that limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade is just about impossible, and to limit global warming to 2 degrees centigrade will require termination of all fossil fuel combustion by 2030. And if anybody is unclear as to the significance of those numbers, I urge you to just go look it up. Look up IPCC. If Swarthmore doesn't enact a ban on new natural gas connections, any connections built in 2023 or 2024 are going to last well into the 2030s. If any of you on Borough Council have children or grandchildren, and you will allow major development to go forward with new gas infrastructure and no energy transition plan to govern how those buildings are built, when your kids and grandkids grow up, you're going to have a lot of explaining to do. It's especially poignant given that the state legislature is considering a ban on local communities banning natural gas hookups. That was something that was brought to your attention months ago. Unless the ban has already passed.
Thank you, Ron. Susan Kelly.
This letter is from Tim Carney, and you may already have had it.
I don't think we have a letter from Tim.
No.
Please read it. Want to put the microphone?
Tim Carney.
State Senator.
I'm Susan Kelly, 339 Vassar Avenue, Swarthmore. State Senator Tim Carney was the chair of Swarthmore's Planning Commission prior to becoming mayor of Swarthmore, provided his thoughts on the 2013 zoning code changes and the current condo development project under consideration. This is from December 2021.
Can you write that to the...
I was chair of the...
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I think we have that. Because didn't he write that letter to the Planning Commission or to the Swarthmorean? It's not a new letter, is what I'm saying.
Anybody?
I didn't send it today. I did not send it. You did not send it today. I feel like we have it. We have that letter. Do you not have that letter?
I don't know.
We'll take the letter, but I'm trying.
It's pretty short.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. It's short, I'm old. I was chair of the Planning Commission before being elected mayor. Much of our discussion centered around mixed-use development with an eye toward creating new housing opportunities in our inner ring, transportation-oriented downtown. We were also very concerned with maintaining the character of the town and discussed different ways of accomplishing that. I remember talking about establishing a HARB, Historic Architectural Review Board, but there was no appetite for it at the time. HARBs are often seen as overly controlling and taste police. We discussed form-based zoning and sought ways to implement it. In the end, we made changes to the demolition permit process and inserted language about buildings that add to the character of the town. This is all subjective, of course. There did not seem to be a way to make it any more restrictive without something like a HARB. We do not have any buildings in town that meet the textbook definition of historic, and we have many buildings that do not have much character. So we used the language in the demolition code to try to protect those character-lending buildings. Our thinking at the time was to encourage the possibility of housing in town that met needs that were becoming apparent. Part of this encouragement was the reduced required parking. We wanted to encourage less reliance on cars within town living and development units for a variety of people with different needs and resources. I think it is fair to say that we, or at least I, did not foresee this particular project on this particular site. We did not imagine something of this scale on Park Avenue because of the developing difficulties in amassing a site this large where we have small-scale lots. There are parcels in town that would better handle a project of this scale. Any developer wants to maximize the size of his or her project. It's always considered a given. The concern on this proposal is that it doesn't meet the scalar issues as discussed in form-based zoning. It appears out of scale with its neighborhoods and neighborhood. I understand that proposing a project that doesn't maximize the building, that leaves money on the table, is a difficult proposition. But remember, the borough benefited greatly when the college realized it did not need to maximize the end and right-size the building to meet their needs. They were able to maintain a scale that worked for the borough context. So my hope is that Borough Council will understand what we were attempting to do with the demolition language and encourage the developers
to build a project that meets their needs and the needs of the borough.
Thank you, Susan. Can you give the letter to, yes, to the whole folder? Thank you. Alice Turbeville.
Hello, I'm Alice Turbeville. My address is 312 Cornell Avenue, and I've resided there 10 years. I work for Swarthmore College as a senior administrator, and I'm in a cross-section with personal contacts on both sides of the matter. On the developer side, I work closely with Don Delson on a school board in Chester, for which he's a founding member, and I'm also very familiar with both Cumbie as a builder and Don Pachersa as a lawyer, and they've both done business with the college. I'm here just representing myself as a townsperson. On the condo opposition side, I'm a patron of the businesses Home, Gallery, and Park. I'm friends with Shannon Elliott and Julie Ellis, who are parties to this hearing. This is a small town, and eventually you make connections with everyone. In April, the Planning Commission led an in-depth review and voted 5-3 to recommend to Borough Council that there be a formal denial of the conditional use permit. That body is advisory to Borough Council, so members of Borough Council, you shouldn't feel that you're not acting alone. The Planning Commission already provided its informed recommendation and recommended course of action, which is to deny the permit. Now we have to go through this whole conditional use hearing process. While all the delays are occurring, the sale of the Celia Building is being held up. The developer's offer to purchase the Celia Building is contingent on them demolishing it. They don't want it if they can't tear it down. Shouldn't we see if there's another buyer willing to restore the Celia Building before we haphazardly grant the demolition? One other point, the town revitalization survey is often cited by the developer as part of the business case for the redevelopment for the demolition. That study was conducted in 1999, a time of Y2K, over 20 years ago. Even the witness last week testified how long ago that was that she produced that plan. Her infant is now in college. How much has changed in the town since that time? Well, clearly the Biddle Tract law changed, the roundabout changed, the inn, for which I serve, on the board, that changed. The Central Park project, the co-op building, but it was 8 years before the first iPhone came out. That's how long this is, okay? It really needs to be redone, the whole study. So it's absurd to even consider the revitalization study as being relevant in this matter. I think that's pretty much it. I hope that your position as elected members, you can consider the town's future. And I was really happy to hear Don's comments today because it sounded like there was a place for consensus building and for compromise and for good development, and I don't think this has to end with a complete denial. You can go back, redraw, refigure it out. So in closing, please side with the official interpretation provided by the Planning Commission, and we're just asking you to enforce that, and that's it. Thank you.
Do you have written remarks that you want to give to the board reporter? Okay, thank you. Billy Hodges.
Good evening. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for waiting around for the 52nd person's comment. Billy Hodges, 123 South Princeton Avenue. I'm an architectural engineer and the owner of a business employing 10 people full-time, contributing year-round to many aspects of Swarthmore, of the Wallingford Swarthmore School District in the greater Philadelphia region. I am for 110 Park Avenue, and despite aspersions to the contrary, have no skin in the project. Thank you very much. Additionally, I'm sick of people hating on people who can afford to live in condos. Affordable housing is great. This does not happen to be the project that is proposed today. I'm also quite sick of the derogatory personal tone towards the developers in general and these individuals themselves. Lastly, I think that the bird's eye view renderings being published and shared by SOS are disingenuous, misleading, and inappropriate. But enough admonitions. I'm for this project, I'm for regional planning, I'm for density, for accessibility, for transit-oriented development. I am for buried PICO lines throughout the town of Swarthmore, and I am for property rights. Demolition will change things if that's how this proceeds, and that is okay. The town is different now than it was 10, 20, 50, and 100 years ago when the Celia Building was built. Our community is made of people. The people here can and should be a part of the future planning and zoning, but the code is what it is today. And we heard earlier that in the case of ambiguity, property rights should win out. This legal, efficient, transit-oriented development will bring more than 30 families, neighbors, customers, volunteers, and community members to our community. That's what I look forward to. On top of that, we have a housing crisis and an environmental crisis. This project will add so much value to the town, the region, and the transit system. This project is a net gain for housing, a net gain for the environment, and while losing the charming, older, inaccessible facade of the Celia Building, it will change density in this district near the train, the buses, and in this case, the number of units matters. I think hard about the opportunity of the alley when I think about the design of this project. The corner facing the post office is, I think, the third most relevant corner of the project, as it is visible from the circle and from the driveway and the walkway of the post office. And you bet we should move parking out of town center, all of it. That's, I think, what Mr. Siddiqui was getting to, is that we could envision a project that's bigger than just this project. I think this project needs to happen, and maybe we don't need parking in the middle of town. Maybe we could have a classic town center square somehow connected to this project. Our square should be grand. European village centers are often made of 4- and 5-story buildings around open squares with very limited auto traffic, limited to the residents of the pedestrian area. This project could be a first step in that process. And by the way, there are several 4- and 5-story buildings in town. The musicians, the sidewalks, the bicycles, the shops, the restaurants will all be here, and there will be more. I reject the dystopian future put forth by people speaking passionately against change. We should not cast our town in amber. And as a footnote, it makes me sad that there's a legal battle being pitched against the borough, the town for which we are all paying. Thank you very much.
Aaron Martin?
My name is Erin Parton. I live at 312 Ogden Avenue. I'd like to express my strong opposition to the demolition of the historic buildings on Park Avenue and the building of the proposed enormous condo building. In particular, I'm going to focus on two issues. One is the mischaracterization of those of us who are opposed to this project as being opposed to development in general. And two is the false choice that this project is the only way to achieve a vibrant and livable town center in Swarthmore. I'm personally very much in favor of continued redevelopment of our town. In the 10 years since I've lived here, I've been strongly in favor of the many changes that have contributed to making this town a great place to live. The inn, the roundabout, the Swarthmore 21 initiative on alcohol sales, the redevelopment of Central Park to form the amphitheater and improve green space, to name just a few. In the last 10 years, I've also seen the success of many vibrant new buildings like HOM, Gallery on Park in the Celia Building, Village Vine, Ship Bottom Brewery, Candy Kids, Lunch Break Vintage, and more, along with continued success of our longtime businesses and restaurants. Our town is home to wonderful public events that attract people from many surrounding towns, like the best-in-class farmers market, truckathon, makers market, and many more. Incidentally, everyone I know who has ever visited Swarthmore from surrounding towns has told me how much they appreciate how lovely our town is and how much character it has. And yes, I use the word character very deliberately. So in the face of all this progress, the developers have presented us with a plan to tear down some of the very buildings that give our town its character. They have presented us with a gigantic building that is completely out of scale and out of character with its surroundings. And they have framed this new development as something that is essential to somehow save Swarthmore from fading away. In contrast to the dire picture that the developers have painted about what will happen if this project does not proceed, Swarthmore is in fact thriving. Swarthmore is not perfect, but we certainly do not need a wholesale transformation of our town. What we need is thoughtful redevelopment that occurs at a pace that allows the new development to integrate with the existing town without completely overwhelming it. There are many possible ways that can bring new housing and development into Swarthmore that do not rely on the destruction of buildings that are essential to the character of our town. I was going to call your attention to the plans that Chris Kenny had posted on the SOS website, which I know were made available to you today, as just one example of a possible option for redeveloping the very site in question today that includes room for quite a sizable structure that could surely hold multiple new accessible condos that would bring families, allow people to age in place, but that does not destroy the historic Celia Building and 110 Park Avenue. So I urge you to please follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission and deny the demolition application. Please do not allow destruction of historic buildings to become precedent in Swarthmore. And please allow the redevelopment of Swarthmore to continue to happen at a scale and pace that is in harmony with the historic and charming nature of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Boudreau.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Boudreau. Thank you, Council, for your service as Borough and for your attention at this late hour. I live at 420 Rutgers Avenue. I've lived there since 2009. I lived for many years on North Chester Road and also briefly on Harvard Avenue. I grew up in Swarthmore and my children are fourth generation Swarthmoreans and are students at SRS. We heard tonight that those who oppose the demolition permit and the proposed project development are the majority of borough residents, the majority of your, quote, constituents. We heard that 900 people signed a petition opposing the project. We did not hear that not all of those signatories are residents of Swarthmore. Excuse me, we did not hear that many of those signatories were not residents of Swarthmore, but it may give you some comfort to learn that most of them are residents of Delaware County. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I heard several unfounded accusations that I must respond to. We heard that the developers are motivated by profit, that they are in this to make money, that this project is the chance to make money by a small few. We also heard that some people are offended by some of the testimony that was presented last Thursday. I need to tell you that I am completely offended by the attack on the character and the motivations of the developers. I'll give you some examples of the character of one of the developers because I know him a little bit better than the other one. Don Delson is my father, and I can tell you that he was a co-owner of the Swarthmorean with another individual for approximately 20 years. I may have that date wrong. But it doesn't matter. I'll tell you why in a minute. I also want to tell you that the Swarthmore was not profitable and he subsidized it. It would not have existed but for his support of the Swarthmore. I also want to let you know that he leased space at 112 Park to the Chester Children's Chorus for $1 a year for approximately 5 years. Again, I might have that date wrong. I know the dollar amount is right. But those dates don't matter, whether it's right or wrong. And I'll tell you why. Because none of the statements tonight, the statements that appear to be factual, are evidence. Statements like, I think, or it is my opinion, are totally fine for consideration. But last Thursday was the night for parties to this hearing to put on evidence. Save Our Swarthmore, despite the opportunity, put on zero evidence. The statements made tonight by anyone is not evidence because it is not subject to cross-examination. In contrast, the expert testimony that the applicants put on last Thursday, some of which has been criticized here tonight, was subject to cross-examination by Save Our Swarthmore, who is represented by counsel. I want to make one more brief point, and I want to posit the following for your consideration, and that is the idea that not granting the conditional use approval would substantially negatively affect the character of town center. That being the case, because some of the buildings are vacant, some of them are actively being vacated, and the uncertainty over the future of the buildings would make finding new tenants virtually impossible. Again, not a factual statement, but my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Brampton Coelho.
Peter Brampton Coley. I've been a resident of the borough with 3 periods of time: Istanbul, Bordeaux, and Lausanne. With the exception of that, I've lived here since 1957. I'm a graduate of Swarthmore Elementary School, Swarthmore High School, and Swarthmore College. I say to you, for this decision you have to make, accept the decision of the Planning Commission. Deny the demolition application. Indeed, it will have deleterious effects on this town. When one looks at a decision to be made by a political body, some decisions it's 2, 3, 4, a multitude of factions. We're guided by ideology, passions, or even just opinions. In this case, the decision is being made. On one side, one sees it being spearheaded by a business concern. A business concern is a business concern. And a business concern is in business to make a profit. That is the primary concern of it. It cannot be considered to be a non-profit actor that is looking for the common weal above all. Here in this situation, destroying those buildings, they cannot be brought back. Putting up a 65-foot building, some people have said it casts a shadow. It does cast a shadow. It is now close to the time of 1 month for the longest day of the year. But many people forget, with the inclination of the sun, the declination of it going down into the fall, into the long winter months, the shadows get longer and longer and longer. Believe me, with a 65-foot building, there will be a shadow over the downtown area. And as for the city center, the borough center, it is sophistry to consider the properties under question not to be a part of the town center. This, for people who live in Swarthmore, this house of worship is a part of downtown Swarthmore. It borders on the Borough Hall. The Borough Hall line does go, and I still talk about it as being the women's club, what people now call the ballet center. It's right across the street from it. The town center is there. It is a part of the town center. This demolition will destroy historical buildings that cannot be brought back. A 65-foot mammoth building will change the town. Take the findings of the Planning Commission. That's why we have them there. They're not done just to be holy. No, they're not holy written. They're to be examined. But this is done out of a disinterested sense of what should be best for the town's future. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Federico?
Good evening. Al Federico, 133 Rutgers Avenue. If this development is approved, I fully expect to be able to see it from my back porch. For my part, I'd actually like to start by apologizing to Borough Council for my part in the imprecise language in the ordinance. Clearly, in our attempt to provide you, Borough Council, flexibility to address unforeseen challenges, we failed to consider how this language could be co-opted to stymie the fundamental intent of the ordinance, promoting redevelopment within the town center to replenish our declining building stock and to improve our tax base to maintain our borough for generations to come. I truly believe that one of the greatest challenges we currently face is our inability to disagree and move forward as a community. Too often groups cloaked in moral superiority go to extremes to make themselves right. Occasionally, they will promote specious or novel legal interpretations to justify their positions, and in doing so, inflame the emotions of like-minded people. Sometimes this manifests in a way that shape our nation to the core, and other times, well, here we are tonight. So to bring us all the way back to the beginning, Mary DeNova looked it up. Very good. The record is clear. The borough does not have a preservation ordinance, and the survey is not the basis to protect the buildings in question. Further, the town center ordinance clearly contemplated demolition to promote future redevelopment. That's the record. Thank you very much. I appreciate your service, and again, I'm sorry we crafted that ordinance.
Denise Disney is our last speaker.
Good evening. My name is Denise Disney. I live on Princeton Avenue at 123 South Princeton Avenue. I also sat next to Al Federico for many, many years on the Planning Commission while all of these issues were being discussed and passed and written. I believe Al summed it up. It is difficult to try to imagine every single parcel in town and what can happen with it. So we set guidelines and criteria. This project that's being proposed, the condo project, meets the current criteria. And I believe it should go to be approved and to be developed. I think it's a positive thing for our community. It will not destroy our community. It adds building stock and value and life and vibrancy. It's a forward-looking project. It also sets a precedent for other projects to be developed and looked at. Al said it better, but I agree with the project and approve of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the hour is late. Just to reiterate, we have a briefing schedule now that the solicitor talked about earlier about when the parties and the unrepresented parties have to have their briefs into us. the time we have to review them. The 45 days was waived. Unless the public comment is now closed, the hearing is.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
We said at the beginning that we would just state the names of the
Yes.
people that submitted written comments. They were Rick and Jackie Miller, Phil Leibowitz and Sharon Lee, Haverford Township Historical Society. Susan Wright also submitted written comments in addition to public comment. James Levine, Marvin Elias, and Katie McKinstry.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I was just going to say, there may have been one or two more letters that we got today. We will double check on that, and if there are, we will add them. It is very possible, because we were getting, I'm sorry, I need to talk. We were getting letters right up until when the hearing was beginning. So we will make sure we get everybody on there. So we will not be back tomorrow night. We will not be deliberating. We will be waiting for the briefs from the parties. So I want to thank everybody for respectfully listening to each other. And we did all listen, and we do take it very seriously. So thank you for coming. And may I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Jill. Sarah, second. Good night.